2025 continues to plough on through the rounds and the destinations, and this one comes from Italy's seaside resorts near. The Adriatic coast has been welcoming MotoGP as early as 1985 and hasn't missed a beat since 2007, making it a classic for fans and riders alike. Welcome to Misano. For many Italians, it's on these narrow streets of Cattolica, Misano Adriatico and Riccione where they get their first taste of two-wheeled action. Riders such as Marco Bezzecchi and Luca Marini follow in the footsteps of giants, with Valentino Rossi the most famous and the late great Marco Simoncelli all cutting their teeth in these very streets and on this very circuit. But they weren't the only ones. Other local heroes such as Pier Francesco Chili, Luca Cadalora, and of course Fausto Gracidi have all won at some point or another here at Misano, paving the way for future generations. They are of course just a few of a huge number of names who all started with a simple dream and turning them into reality at places like this. Formerly the Autodromo Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Misano International Circuit, it's now the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, in honour of the famous number 58. Let's recap what's happening. Despite domination, Marc Marquez was denied an early title chance this weekend by brother Alex last time out at home in Barcelona, but if he scored 3 points more than the 73 across this weekend, it's match point at Motegi. Moto2's title pendulum has swung the way of Manuel Gonzalez after a Barcelona to forget for Aaron Canet and Diogo Moreira. And in Moto3, Jose Antonio Rueda's championship lead is still strong, but has been whittled down from 85 to 64 as Angel Piqueras continues to close him down. And don't forget Moto E either. Now it's confirmed that this is indeed the last year of the all-electric class. Don't miss any of the action as we have just 23 points covering the top 7 riders, making for a grandstand final running. You join in myself, Kiko Giles and Elliot York here in commentary live and trackside this morning for what is FP1 of Moto3 action here at Misano. It's dubbed the Motor Valley. The locals are having such a rich history in bringing young kids with dreams to race and win to fruition, and the current generation really are no different. Motorcycle racing now is in the veins in this part of Italy. It certainly is. Good morning, mate. Good morning to everyone watching as well, wherever you are in the world. Good to have you with us for another weekend of action here at the Grand Prix of San Marino. Looking forward to this one. A great part of the world to come and visit and to come watch motorcycle racing. Fantastic layouts as the fans already come in. We are expecting blue skies, and that's good news because we want to see a nice dry race in Moto 3, and as you can see there, the championship standings changed a little bit, somewhat, last time out over at the Barcelona Catalunya circuit. Angel Piqueras pulling back another 5 points on Jose Antonio Rueda, which he needs to continue to do, Pico, in this championship chase. He really does. Angel Piqueras has been one of the riders across the last 3 Grand Prix who has shone right through. Jose Antonio Rueda having a couple of rounds just off it, really, that was back to business in Barcelona. Max Kielers, as you can see, just 5 points ahead of David Munoz. They're chasing in 3rd and 4th, but really, it is a 2-horse race in the title fight, and it looks like it's going to go the way of Jose Antonio Rueda. But this is the last stop before the flyaways out, and we know that the flyaways do bring some dodgy kind of conditions, and that throws up a great deal of results. A surprise always lies ahead on the road in Asia. Yeah, that's the European round of the season before we get to Portimao in November. As you say, Peter, the flyaway stretch coming up 4 races, Japan, then Indonesia, then a week off, then we head to Phillip Island, and then Malaysia, of course. And then the final 2 rounds of the season. Is the Moto3 title chase going to go down to the final couple of rounds in Portimao and Valencia? Jose Antonio Rueda will certainly hope that isn't the case and he can get it won by the time we jet off from Malaysia back to European soil. But if it continues the way it has done in recent rounds, then Piqueras is doing a decent job of things to try and stop Rueda from winning the title quite early. Piqueras needs a result here to go into Asia and the flyaways, as he would like to, and that is with, of course, a fine victory here, and to get that point deficit down again. 7 rounds remain, including the one we are at now. The green light has gone here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, as we track our championship leader, Jose Antonio Ueda, out towards the racetrack, and what is a glorious day on the final weekend of summer here in it. Certainly is for Ueda then. Had a good weekend last time out in Barcelona on home turf. Along that penalty, I think a lot of us thought it was going to cost him quite a lot, at least 3 seconds. A tricky long that penalty, of course, down at turn 1 through 2, and then you come out at turn 3. It's a tricky one to get right down there at Barcelona, but fair play to Ueda. I did think that if he'd lost touch on that group with Slipstream so important at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, that it would cost him a lot more time, but he was feeling a lot more comfortable than he was over in Hungary, and before that as well in Austria. Caught up with the team yesterday, and one member of the team was saying that just basically Ueda doesn't, his riding style, he doesn't suit the stop-and-go nature circuits, as Yamanaka and teammate Angel Piqueras get a little bit too close to comfort there on the outlap. Steady on, boys. Yamanaka had a good weekend last time out as well on Sunday anyway, had a great race to come back from the back of the grid to be in that podium fight and victory fight towards the end. But I was very impressed with Ueda. It could have easily been done for Ueda, that, you know, having a long lap penalty to deal with. Championship standings, his advantage had been cut down in the last couple of races. Piqueras was in form and looking good as well in Barcelona, despite coming through Q1 again, Piqueras. But Ueda was just lost out in the last lap. Was pushed down to P5 and did well, to be fair, and that final corner move on tyre for Asato was fantastic to get 20 points on the board, an important 20 points. We don't know how important those extra 4 points could be from P3 to P2 for Ueda come the end of the season. His championship margin is still very healthy at 64 points, but Piqueras, as we say, is doing a good job to just reel him in slightly before we head on to the Asian Tour in a couple of weeks' time. Smart riding from Ueda, because actually what it demonstrated was that he couldn't win that day, but he got the points back. He got those extra 4 overtime for Asato, and it showed that, yeah, he's got that comfortable championship lead, but he's willing to put it on the line, and that is something crucial for Jose Antonio Ueda, who has had a slightly more difficult start to the second part of this 2025 season. It was a nightmare last time out for this rider here, the number 28 of Maximo Quiles, 17 years of age, from Murcia in Spain, as he just gets his first couple of laps under his belt here at Misano. Max Quiles, well, it all fell apart, running wide down at turn 1, and then not being able to recover, Alan. I think that was the big disappointment as far as Max Quiles is concerned, is that all of that pace and speed that he's demonstrated through his rookie Moto3 season, that was the first time where he kind of hit a brick wall and he couldn't make the passes, he couldn't make the moves that he wanted to. In the end, finishing there down and outside the top 10, and besides Assen, his worst result of the season. Yeah, disappointing for Quiles towards the end of the race. Lap 12, I think it was, where he made that mistake at turn 1 and then dropped to over a second away from the lead group, and already mentioned in the broadcast today how important the slipstream was, and being in that group to get yourself into that podium and victory fight. And Quiles, once he'd lost that 1.5-ish seconds with 5-6 laps to go, there was unfortunately no way back. He couldn't quite get onto the back end of the group, and unfortunately for Quiles, resulted in him finishing outside that top 10, and he's now 102 points down on Jose Antonio Ueda. And unfortunately, you've got to say that it does look like now, I mean, it was an outside chance anyway for the likes of Quiles to get themselves really back into that championship chase for Ueda. Piqueras has always had a bit more of a chance. He's always been a little bit closer, but now, dropping back to over 100 points off for Quiles, you do feel like that is, fortunately for Quiles and Aspar, a dream chance to try and get that debut World Championship under their belts gone for this season. It was always looking a little bit tricky anyway for Max Quiles, because he'd obviously missed the first couple of rounds and he was injured, of course, so he didn't come and do a couple more after that. So Max Kiles, it was never really looking absolutely on that he would take that title fight and be Jose Antonio Reyes' main championship contender. Of course, there was lots of headlines last time out across the weekend. We saw we're seeing Adrian Fernandez just now, but we were looking at his teammate, David Almanza, first pole position last time out in P4. For Leopard, it wasn't a bad second rider either for Adrian Fernandez, last time out finishing in 5th. So solid job by the Leopard Racing squad to represent Honda pretty well. They were just behind Tire Furusato, further up the order on that podium. They're in the podium fight on the front row, and of the recent rounds, it has been David Almanza and Adrian Fernandez, who have been some of the higher point scorers across the last 5, in terms of they will eventually catch if they carry on the way they're going. Alvaro Carpe, Joel Kelso, and Ty Furusato. And Furusato's average over the last few rounds is skewed by a few DNFs. But the Hondas of Almanza and Fernandez were ready to keep an eye on them this weekend. It was a good weekend for the Leopard duo, and of course Furusato finished on the podium, so a more positive weekend for Honda in general, but both Leopard riders weren't too happy at the end of the race on Sunday. Both felt like they had a podium. Almanza was saying he was very frustrated and thought today was his day to at least stand up the podium. Did a lot of the front running, did David Almanza in that race, and it was only in the last sort of quarter that he got overtaken, a little bit beaten up, but looked pretty good on that final lap, did Almanza. But unfortunately couldn't quite get that podium under his belt, and he was very frustrated at the end of the day. Fernandez too was a little bit frustrated. Now his last lap played out because he was in the top 3, then got shuffled out to P7 I think it was by turn 7 when he ran a little bit wide, and then from there he could only manage to get back up to P5. So P4 and P5 on paper, less than a second away from victory, was a decent job, but the duo who've just gone by your screen there on the light blue Honda machines felt that there was a lot more on offer than P4 and P5 on Sunday last time. But the main thing is they're in that lead battle, they're in that podium battle. David Almanza led more laps than anyone else last time out as well, looked comfortable out front. So it's coming for Leopard at the moment. We know that Honda is perhaps not the best package this year in Moto3. It often swings between KTM and Honda, which is the best package. And I think over the last couple of years, it's safe to say that KTM has definitely got the upper hand there. But Honda are coming back ever so slightly. Partly courtesy of this rider. Tire Furusato at last, getting a podium back. It was the first podium in quite some time for the Japanese rider, but on the podium nonetheless. Could have been up there in P2, napped at the last corner, but the 72 third last time out, and moving on up to be the top Honda in the championship. Now the championship standings, of course, coming into this, Furusato is 7th, but he is 29 points adrift of Joel Kelso. Kelso's not in the best form that he's been in all season, and if Furusato can keep on getting podiums, keep on with those consistent top 3, top 4 results, then you never know. Furusato might have a say in the top half dozen this championship, but a lot of it relies for Tire Furusato, not on his Sunday pace, but on his Saturday speed, because that has been a big problem in Tire's career, and it has been echoed and emphasised this year at times, always coming through on a Sunday, but sometimes leaving himself just a bit too much to do. You had an interesting chat actually with Tyre after the race. The top 3 in Moto3 and Moto2 come through to the media centre to do their debriefs, and had a nice little chat with Tyre, who was very candid and very open, and said he's been working a lot on his mental sides in years and races gone by when something little happens, when you get shuffled a little bit wide, a bit of contact that costs you time. Furusato said he just struggles to keep his head in line, keep his focus. He gets quite hot-headed under that helmet, Furusato said. And the last few rounds he's been working on that, and he was really proud and happy with how he dealt with the Catalan GP on Sunday. He said he didn't get flustered, stayed really calm, controlled the tyre degradation as well, and was eyeing up the move at the final corner on Angel Piqueras until Raider, of course, did the Valentino Rossi at the inside of Tyre Furusato. But Furusato was happy with how that played out, back on the podium, said he's had the speed on a Sunday anyway in the last few races, but just didn't quite able to put it all together. So it was interesting and great to listen to Furusato to openly admit that he struggled a little bit with his mental sides in 2025, and for him to be working on that and it come to fruition on Sunday was good news. And he was also speaking about his future as well. We're going to hear a lot more about Moto3 futures in the next couple of weeks, I'm sure. But Rosato, who is managed by Simone Battistella, of course, who is manager of Andrea Dovizioso, Alvaro Bautista, Yari Montella, I think, as well. It does sound like Rosato isn't guaranteed to be moving up to the team major in Moto2. It sounds like, from what Rosato was saying, that he's not decided yet. I have a difficult situation because I grew up with Honda, and even last year he had many offers to move to other teams. I think Leopard Honda was an offer that Rosato had on the table last year. So I think the general feeling from the paddock was, Rosato, Honda team major, Japanese rider, doing well. Yeah, promoting to Moto2 makes complete sense for Honda team major and Tyre for Rosato, but it doesn't sound like that's a foregone conclusion. So do keep an eye on what Tyre for Rosato might be up to, whether he stays in Moto3 and moves teams, whether he moves up to Honda team major in Moto2, or whether he goes to another Moto2 team in the future. I don't think there's too many seats left on the table. Tamac Yamaha have got a seat available, I know that, but everywhere else seems to be pretty much locked up. So interesting times for Rosato. Would love to see him on a Moto2 bike, but it's going to be interesting to see if he's donning those on the team major leathers in 2026. Watch out for that one. Indeed, there's a lot of silly season stuff to go through. We're actually just caught a look as we have a peek inside the Ducati box of Francesco Bagnaia, hoping for a better weekend of it here at Misano than it was last time out in Barcelona. But we did just catch a glimpse of the 94 of Guido Pini, who rumour has it, has got it over the line. Seems like he's going to be in Leopard Racing colours for 2025. I don't think it's the best kept secret within the paddock. I don't even think it was tried to be kept a secret within the paddock. It hasn't been announced yet, but I think in the coming days, Guido Pini will have a new home for 2026 at least. Of course, we are awaiting confirmation on that. The interesting thing with that is, of course, 3 into 2 doesn't go very well. Even my maths can work that one out. Adrian Fernandez and David Almanza, not perhaps the biggest surprise that their form has just peaked a little bit back in Barcelona, because now they're riding for their futures. We've spoken about this at great length on air and off air, about David Almanza and Adrian Fernandez. Do you keep one of them? Do you go all different? Which one do you keep if you do? Adrian Fernandez has obviously got pace, but he's still yet to win. David Almanza is probably your bigger, hopeful, long-term prospect, but again, no podium yet. So tricky times down at Leopard, and if Guido Pini comes in off the back of his best result yet, last time out P6 in Barcelona, that is quite a signing, I've got to say. Guido Pini definitely got potential and pace. Moving manufacturers though, KTM off. Who wants to get off for KTM? That's the tricky thing. Pini obviously fancies his chances, and what better on the team to go to if that does come out very, very soon than Leopard. Yeah, look, I'm slightly surprised that, Pini and his management, Alzamora, of course, who probably worked with the Marquez brothers famously, pushed for a move to jump off the KTM and jump onto a Honda. Speaking to Christian Lundberg and Mirja Couture down at Leopards, two of the bosses down there at the Honda squads, they've openly admitted that at the minute they're struggling to find riders who want to ride on the Honda, such has been the KTM's dominance, and obviously that's been seen this year. Good move for Pini, I think, in the end. You can never say moving to Leopard Honda, one of the top teams in Moto3, is a bad move. And Pini, you feel like moving there will be, Leopard Honda's star man, the main man. They think they're going to put their money on to challenge for titles, and that's what they want to get back doing, of course. Now, would you keep Adrian Fernandez or David Almanza, or either of them? I mean, I think Adrian Fernandez, it sounds like he's not going to continue with the team into next year, and you can understand that. I feel like Fernandez has had his chance in that team. It's not quite worked for him. He's not done a bad job at all. He's done a decent job, but not quite good enough, I feel, to keep that ride. And David Almanza, yeah, hasn't quite done enough so far this year. He has definitely shown glimpses, pole position, of course, last time out. A close P4, close that podium. I think for Almanza, he's one of these riders where as soon as he does get that podium, you feel a lot more will come, as we see a nice little slow-mo of Angel Viqueiras through turns 1 and 2, getting the bike out of shape, especially out of turn 2 there for Viqueiras on that KTM. Looks down at the bike thinking, what on earth are you doing? Coming out of turn 2, the tight and tricky opening sector here at Misano. But it is an interesting seat, and speaking to Mirja Couture, I think it was in Barcelona or the weekend before in Hungary, they were saying we're also waiting to see what some of the rookies coming up are going to do. The likes of, we know, Marco Morelli is now going to Aspar, Rico Salmella potentially going to Tech 3, Brian Ariati to Rebel KTM IO to replace Ruedo, who's moving up to Moto 2, Hakan Denise to MT Helmets MSI, the Stephen Belford on your screens, debut this weekend for the British rider. We'll come to that in due course. So yeah, Leopard, interesting. Does sound like Peony is all but confirmed, but yeah, that second seat is going to be interesting. For me, I don't think you can keep Adrian Fernandez, and I don't, that's not necessarily a slant on the 31. I think it's like, he's been there 2.5 years. Yeah. A change for him is needed as much as a change within the team. I think for David Almanza, he has had more pace this year. The results haven't come, the podium hasn't come yet, but it is his second season, only his second season in the class. He's on much more competitive machinery this year, and he has had front rows and poles as of last time out. So I think Almanza, in just his first year at Leopard, yeah, I think if he'd done anything more than what he's done, we'd be praising him, but he hasn't, and therefore he's done probably what we expected him to do, as he goes top right on cue. And for me, I think because he's done that, and he's ahead of Adrian Fernandez, who should be a lot further up in the standings, I think it would be very unfortunate for David if he is turfed out at the end of this. But of course, we wait and see. There are the Rubicon Snipers team that are yet to confirm anything, CIP Green Power as well. There's a lot of teams in Moto 3 with still a few little bits of manoeuvring to do. Of course, if Peony leaves, that does open up a space over at Intake as well. So it's all to play for in Moto 3. We did catch a glimpse of the number 52. I can tell you that's not James Tozend or Danny Kent on a return to Moto 3. That is indeed Evan Belford. He is in this weekend at the Grid M-Lab Racing squad. We also have RB Aditama, the number 93 is back with us, and Marco Tarudo on the Angelus M-Lab Racing squad. Honda, he is there in 25th place at the moment on the number 69. So a couple of bits of housekeeping just to do, and nice to see yesterday as well, Matteo Vitali back in the paddock at least and taking part in the KTM Constructors Champions picture. He's not out on track yet, but he was walking, and Matteo Vitali, it's been a long, long time since we saw him back out on the track. Hopefully it's not too much longer we have to wait. Sounds like he'll be back for the Japanese Grand Prix. I think Lebanon MTA posted on their social media accounts yesterday that we will see the number 18 back on a Moto 3 bike before the end of the year, which is fantastic news, of course, for Vitali, who, would you believe it, I was looking at some stats before we came here, has led more laps this year than Angel Piqueras. Matteo Vitali has had 6 laps this year. Piqueras has only led 5. And Piqueras is second in the championship, and Vitali has been missing since the United States Grand Prix. So, do you know who else has scored more laps led than Angel Piqueras? There's quite a few riders, actually, whilst we're on the subject. Definitely go for David Almanza, given that he's led a fair few last time out and across the course of this year. Almanza has on 17. Rueda is obviously top, 107 laps led. The only 3 races he hadn't led a lap, Argentina, and then Hungary and Austria. Quiles is second on 51, then Kelso on 21, then Almanza on 17. Of course, he led a lot of the race last time out, did Almanza, did a lot of the donkey work at the front end. Just lost out in the closing stages. Yamanaka's led 13, Peroni 10, Munoz 8, Carte 7, Vitali 6, and then Piqueras on 5. It just goes to show that Piqueras keeps his powder dry, and then when he needs to pounce, a lot of the time this year, he's done exactly that. As Raider gets a little bit out of shape, I'm sure, all under control over the fast sweeping left-handers towards the end of this track. But yeah, when I was reading that, saw Vitali led more laps than Piqueras, I was quite surprised at that. But yes, it will be great to see the Italian back, hopefully next time in Japan. No such thing as lap money anymore. It's not about the amount of laps you lead, it's about which lap you want to lead, and that was of course where Angel Piqueras' 3 Grand Prix wins have really come into play. With looking at Valentin Peroni coming out of the last corner, always a bit controversial here at Misano because it goes green if you drop off the edge of that curb at the side or even at the front, so be careful not to exceed track limits coming through there. Peroni doesn't improve his time. We are 20 minutes into this, a quarter of an hour remaining on the Moto 3 FP1 clock. David Almanza, P1 ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda, Then it's David Munoz, Joel Kelso, and Nicola Camaro has come good there, up in 5th place early doors. Fernandez, Foggia, Peroni, Piqueras, Ferrasato, your top 10. Then it's Akila, Yamanaka, Jacob Ralston, who's 13th, Ricardo Rossi, Buchanan, Pini, Lanetta, Carpe, Detfiler, Moodley, Nepper, Scott Ogden in 22nd place ahead of Marcus Uriarte. It is Evan Belford in 24th, Ruda, Aditama and Eddie O'Shea down and well off the pace in 27th place. Eddie O'Shea's 1.7 seconds adrift of RB Aditama up the road, so obviously a problem down there for the number 8 who is in the pit lane right now. We look back at Valentin Peroni. This is coming out of Tremonto and down the back straight here at Mazzano and through one of the fastest corners in MotoGP. It is Corone. It's mad to think that this track used to go the other way around, in the other direction now back in the day, up until about 2007 when we came back here. But it did. And those ever increasingly fast left-handers that it used to be are now ever diminishingly slower right-handers, but still the same great vibe and feel out there on track. Yeah, it certainly lends itself to fantastic lap slaps. Of course, you come through Cavonia 11, then 12 and 13, gradually chalking off speeds on your machine and then into the tight turn 14, and then it opens back up through 15 and 16. If you're brave enough, through 15 you can make a move, and then we've seen some lunges haven't we, down at the Mazzano curve at turn 16, just at the back of your screens there, as Foggia jumps up into second place behind David Almanza. Foggia, of course, a race winner here in Moto3 3 times, in fact. Dennis Foggia back in 2021 and in 2022. So likes it around here to Dennis Foggia. Needs a result because he's just not had the best of time of things recently as the number 71, and of course we now know that he won't be in Aspar for next year because Marco Morelli is jumping up to take his seat alongside Keyless. Yeah, Foggia chose a really bad time to have his worst results of the 2025 season. 19th at checkered flag back in Barcelona is quite a horrendous Sunday for the number 71. The thing with Dennis Foggia is that, yes, there are still places that he could slot into, but unfortunately for the Italian, he's not the youngest of the 24 years of age, will be 25 by the time we go racing at the start of next year. When you look at the 17-year-old whippersnapper ankle biters of Guido Pini and Max Keyless, who are 8 years younger and probably with a lot more ceiling and a lot more to give in terms of success. Dennis Foggia perhaps not the highest up the shopping list, but like I say, a Riva Cold Snipers gig, maybe him and Adrian Fernandez, that could work. Of course, we are speculating, we are not spreading rumours, we are saying what we think could happen here, just on the basis of they're going to need rides. They're too good to not have rides, but they're going to need them. Yeah, and you just have to look at what the rookies have done this year, and teams will be looking at the likes of, you know, not everyone is a Keyless, not everyone is a Piqueras, for example. But the likes of Keyless, the likes of Peroni, the likes of Pini have all jumped up into Moto3 this year and hit the ground running, basically, from the get-go. And Carpe, of course, as well. So teams will look at that and think, well, we can probably just put some trust in the young riders, give them a couple of years to work things out, get up to speed if they need to get up to speed at all. And it's exactly what Aspar is doing, of course, with Keyless and with Marco Morelli next year, an exciting rookie we've seen a couple of times this year already, who is going to be with us for the rest of the year in Grid M Lab. He's just on Red Bull Rookies Cup duty this weekend that he can't get out of. There's still championship to be decided in the Rookies Cup this weekend. We're all looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. But for the likes of Foggia, unfortunately, coming back from Moto2 is always going to be a difficult thing to do back on a Moto3 bike and, you know, get your reference points back. But unfortunately, the riders coming through the Road to MotoGP ranks now, through Rookies Cup, through Junior GP, have got multiple years of experience on these sorts of machines, whether it be a European Talent Cup bike or a fully fledged Moto3 machine in Junior GP. They've got lots of experience on some of these circuits as well, and they're coming in and straight away they're challenging for points, top 10s or even podiums and victories. And unfortunately for the likes of Foggia, who are more experienced, it's shown this year that teams can, you know, potentially pay the riders a little bit less, something like that, save a bit of money, put their faith in some youth, and it can reap the rewards. So Yeah, not sure where Foggia will end up next year. I'm sure he'd like to stay on the Grand Prix grids. He's of course had his chance in Moto2. That didn't quite work out. Moved back down to Moto3, got a podium, but hasn't been as consistent as he would have liked. And yeah, did struggle last time out in Barcelona. And if Foggia struggles here this weekend, the track he loves and knows well and has 3 wins in Moto3, then, you know, you've got to start to worry a little bit for the number 71, but I'm sure he'll find a place somewhere potentially. You mentioned Snipers, potentially that could be a good move. Lots of seats still to be sorted out, so intrigued to see the likes of where Foggia might end up in 2026. Oh, Piqueras, that's down at turn 4, and that's this lap scrubbed off. We got that all a bit cross. That's the second time on camera, at least, that we've seen Angel Piqueras just get a little bit of a tank snapper going on, but he gathered it up nicely. Of course, other teams that are still yet to be decided. The 658 squad, and we know Luca Lunetta is moving out to that and up to Moto2, so there's space at the end there. We don't know what Boe are doing yet. There are still a good few teams on this Moto3 grid that'll be after rider services for next year. This is Piqueras, just gets it hopping and skipping and jumping all around down to turn 4. But not the first moment he's had in this session nor this season. He likes it right on the edge. And Angel Piqueras, just another day at the office for him. Big favourite for me coming into this weekend is the number 36, especially after what we saw last year at the San Marino Grand Prix, the first of 2 weekends, of course, we came here last year. Double long lap penalty to victory. His first victory, of course, in Moto3 on the Leopard Honda last year. Fantastic stuff from Angel Piqueras, and he mentioned as well post-race that he's got eyes on Misano, a circuit that he really enjoys, suits his riding style. So Piqueras, for me, comes into this weekend, of course, full of confidence after his victory last time out. But this has got to be a chance. This has got to be a weekend where Piqueras takes more points off Rueda before we head overseas, over to Japan next time out. And yeah, he's looked good in the last few races. He's taken 21 points off Rueda since the summer break in the last few races. In Austria-Hungary, and then last time out, of course, in Barcelona. So if he keeps doing that in the next 3, there'll be 43 points between them when we land at Phillip Island with 4 to go. Now, of course, it's quite going to potentially work out like that. It could do, of course, but this is Moto3, this is motorcycle racing. It doesn't usually follow the script, so Piqueras just needs to continue what he's doing, and this weekend is a massive chance. Rueda's going to be good around here as well, but this is a massive chance for Piqueras to chalk more points off. That disadvantage has got the thing with Jose Antonio Rueda is that his problems have not necessarily been Sunday. He's already had pace on Sunday, but Saturday, just 2 front rows from the last 6 starts for the number 99. And if you compare that with Angel Piqueras, it might not be that different, but indeed, Piqueras has been on the front row for the last 3 Grand Prix, so Piqueras at least has come back after summer in very, very strong form. The problem is that had he just left this charge a little bit too late, with 7 to go, you never know. The gap is only 64, I say only 64, it was 85 3 rounds ago. That's the 21-point swing in the Moto3 Championship standings as we are at here. Misano World Circuit, Marco Simonciani, and right on cue, the 658 squad are with Luca Lunetta. This is a replay coming through turn 1, I think that is. And yeah, Luca Lunetta looking very good. Great to have him back, Al. A really unfortunate accident back at Assen, but great to see him back in time last time out, but also good to have him here at his home round. Yeah, brilliant ride, to be honest, last time out from Luca Lunetta. He said post-race that if you'd have told me a month ago I'd be in the lead group, fighting for, you know, podiums, top 6s, the top 10 over in Barcelona, I wouldn't have believed you, because it was an nasty injury that he unfortunately picked up in the latter stages over at the TT circuit. Assen, but a brilliant comeback from Luca Lunetta, and a good lift as well for the 658 squad, of course, team. He had a decent stand-in rider, of course, with Casey O'Gorman. Did a fantastic job, did the young Irishman. But I'm sure Paolo Simoncelli would have been very happy to welcome Luca Lunetta back to the ranks, and was in that lead group. He just made a mistake in the last couple of laps. I think there was maybe 3 or 4 potentially to go. Lunetta just ran slightly wide on the exit of turn 5, I think it was, through turn 6, and that just cost him a little bit of time towards the end of the race, and lost touch with the group. But to be in that lead group throughout that race, back
in the battle. Fantastic stuff from Minetta, and of course this is a circuit where he picked up his debut front row last year. P2 on the grid last year, and more of the same, please will Paolo Simoncelli be saying. A special weekend, of course, for the team that goes down soon. 5 minutes just under to go here, and Joel Kelso has just bolted in a 1:41.516 at the moment to go top of the standings. We saw further down, you'll agree that Pini move up inside the top 10 as well, so good stuff from the number 94. He's done a good string of laps here, 13 laps, just getting it all clocked in and getting those vital laps under his belt and getting a bit of a Friday morning run ready for Sunday morning at 11 o'clock local time when Moto3 goes green, and we have the first Grand Prix on Grand Prix Sunday. We're looking at Roger Moodley here, number 21, just coming to the line, 14th at the moment, comes across the line now. Does he improve? Yes, he does. Moves up to 12th place on the 42.2, so just under 7/10 off of Kelso's top time, but Moodley up into the top 12, and we have yellow flags in sector 2. Oh dear me, that's one of the Leopard bikes, and it is David Almanza. That is down, I reckon, at turn 8, Quercher Corner, and indeed it is, judging by our track map. So yellow flags down there in sector 2. Mazzano is quite grippy. They have resurfaced this track recently, so not a total shock that it's taken a good old amount of time to get a first crasher. The good thing is, the most important thing is, that David Almanza in P2 overall in the standings is all okay. P3 now, as Rueda comes across the line of 41.217 to go 3/10 quicker than Kelso and take over at the top with just over 3 minutes of FP1 remaining in Moto3. Little mini gauntlet laid down potentially there from Rueda. He's got his teammate shadowing him just behind. Unfortunately, that is Almanza's session over on the number 22 machine. We're going to have a look at what happened here. It is down at turn 8. Looks like he's cruising there as well, and then unfortunately for Almanza, the front end just washes away from underneath him, potentially just allowed the front tyre to cool down there a little bit. Not sure. But yeah, a little bit of a strange one for Almanza. He definitely wasn't pushing like Raider is down into the same corner here. You can tell the difference night and day there. So an unfortunate one for Almanza. Looks like he's all alright and the bike's okay. Peroni runs it slightly wide. I think that was Peroni who was as well, weren't it? Not Jose Antonio Raider. I think blue number on Red Bull KTM machines can be quite difficult to spot sometimes. Yes, but I think for you're going to need my glasses. I think we were watching Jose Antonio Raider, and then Peroni did come into view, so we were making jokes about my eyesight last week. Everyone back for the rewinding so and rightly so. I must admit, I don't need glasses or binoculars up here in commentary. It speaks about 5 inches in my face. Down into, this is coming up Carrow, this is turn 14. And then it is these fantastic left-handers at the end of the lap, turn 15. So easy to make a mistake there. Looking back over the years, how many riders have ended up in that turn 15 gravel trap. It is a nightmare. And then right out to the edge. Don't go on the green as you drop off the edge of the curb and across the line. Rueda's lap time, it doesn't improve, but it's still quicker than what Kelso's been able to do. So back-to-back quick laps then for Jose Antonio Rueda, who was P1 last time out in FP1 in Barcelona, but that didn't transition into a weekend of dominance for the number 99. He'll be hoping that this weekend is slightly different. And it's probably the kind of weekend, the kind of track that Jose Antonio Rueda fancied himself a little bit, because it is a track you can pull away. Slipstream is important here, but not vital. You can break it up a little bit. Yeah, so that is on the exit of turn 6, and then turn 7 really isn't a corner, to be honest. It's just the straight down into turn 8, runs it onto the blue, which won't cost you a lap time, because it's blue and it's considered that it will lose you time instead of going onto the green, which is considered to enable you to gain a little bit of time. Don't get me started on corners now. We had that in Barcelona, we had it in Austria at the turn 2A and 2B chicane, and we've got it here as well, turn 7 and Le Mans. So next year, if I am invited back, I could be going and chatting away and getting that all corrected. We've not been invited back yet, have you? So, no, we've just been cancelled. So I'm down the job centre after this one. Yes, certainly will be, Pico John. Back for Superbikes, potentially. I can hear the cheers already from the MotoGP. Definitely not the Superbike one. We're coming through with Joel Kelso. Let's just get back to the track action, shall we? And not do me any more disservices. coming through turn 16. Joel Kelso is not on an improved lap, but I think he might just sneak across the line. Yes, he does. And he will get another one. So Joel Kelso starts his last flying lap as the riders start to take the checkered flag. Jose Antonio Rada once again a 41.3. That is a very, very strong end to this FP1 session for the number 99. That is a run of lap times in his final stint that really would have caught the attention of quite a few others. So Jose Antonio Rada on an absolute march at the end of Moto3 FP1, and I can tell you he is going to finish that as top dog because there are no red crash helmets on our sector times, split times graphic up here in commentary. It looks like John Kelso will get another lap in and has done another lap. Piqueras staying 15th, moves himself up to 10th at the very end. It's not the first time that we've seen Angel Piqueras have a little bit of drama and a little bit of nothing Friday morning session, just a bit of a reconnaissance, 35 minutes, check out the track, bring it home in one piece. He tried his best a couple of times to put it in the kitty litter, but in the end brings it home and just sneaks into the top 10. Half a second off after 3 sectors. Rouchet Moody is 14, comes across the line. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. Lost a lot of time in that final sector, but 14's still a solid job for the South African. Certainly is. Alvaro Carpe in P16, just struggling to get going once again. Just lost his way in terms of setup and trying new things. There's Alvaro Carpe in recent races. This is Joel Kelso, who has gone the opposite way. Lost his way slightly, then went back to what he and the team know works. Knows works. Knew works. I'll get it right eventually. Go on out. It's the end of the session. For you, yeah. And felt good again over in Barcelona. We saw that, and he made up, I think, 3 places on the final lap as well. A decent start to proceedings here for Kelso up inside that top 3, just under 3/10 away from Rueda, and only 2 riders at the moment within half seconds of Rueda. Sort of the Rueda that we saw in the first half of the season, isn't it? And a little bit over in Barcelona as well. The 99 getting off to a great start here at the San Marino Grand Prix. Yeah, alarm bells ringing for everyone else. We are, of course, that graphic does tell you the current lap time versus the lap record, but we are somewhere else. David Alonso's lap record from last year. Joel Kelso, I tell you what, Kelso would have been very, very happy to get this one over the line because it's been a tricky couple of rounds for him. But Kelso back up inside the top 2 positions and takes second at that checkered flag. And third, Manzo, only crasher of the session. But your top 3, as you say, half a second covers them, but more to come later on. Yeah, just looking at lap time, Peroni set the most on 20, and then Kelso second on 18 laps completed. So a busy session for Peroni, a busy session for Kelso. Manzo, of course, with that crash only completing 13, the fewest of any, but an intriguing one to get things off here in Misano. Moto3 FP1 done, and Kelso will be pretty pleased with that, I feel, after a positive weekend. Alessandro Tanucci, the team manager, was still, how can we put this, a little bit annoyed with the lack of aggression, let's say, that Kelso did or didn't show in the race. Yeah, let's put it this way. Alessandro Tanucci made up for the lack of intent and attack on track, did he, in the press release, that's for sure. Doesn't hold it back. No, he doesn't, and this is what we like to see. David Almanza back in the pits. That's good to see he's all okay. A decent session for Almanza. But yes, for Kelso, a good start to the weekend. And he was saying afterwards that the feeling is not fully back, but definitely somewhat back after a tricky run of results. Talking of the results, P1 is in the history books here at Misano in 2025. Jose Antonio Rueda it is, who leads the way by just under 3/10 of a second ahead of Joel Kelso. David Almanza, we saw a glimpse of him there in the box. Back after his crash down at turn 8, he takes P3. Borosato, Foggia, Peroni, Munoz, Yamanaka, Pini and Piqueras, your top 10. Fernandez just outside of it. And all the way down, Rouchet Moody, a solid job for him up inside the top 14. He'll be looking to replicate that a little bit later on when it matters. Not a good day for the Brits. Scott Ogden was the top Brit down in 19th place. Evan Belford, welcome to Moto3 for him in 23rd place. And Eddie O'Shea did get out to whatever problem he had early on in the session. He took 25th. Marcus Rueda on the number 69, Angelus MLab Racing Honda, completing the order.
And that is Moto3 done and dusted, so that means that myself, Hugo Giles, and Elliot York are off for a late breakfast. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison there already in the comms box, getting comfortable. Moto2, everyone up next. Enjoy. A very good morning to you from the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. Believe it or not, it feels remarkable to say it, we've now reached round 16 of 2025. 6 more to go after this one, as we look set to potentially crown the first of our 3 world champions. As early as the next round, the mobility result will take you for the Japanese Grand Prix. Of course, we thought a week ago that match point may come here. Alex Marquez saw to that with victory in the Grand Prix of Catalonia. But this is the San Marino Grand Prix, a very popular stop on our whistle-stop tour of the world. Of course, our final European visit before the doubleheader to close the season in November. As we leave European shores and head east to Asia, Japan, to Indonesia, for Australia and for Malaysia. So many championships have been decided in those countries over the years. In terms of the Moto2 World Championship, and that was also wrapped up in Asia last year. Of course, that was back in Buriram of 2024 when Ayagura wrapped up the crown, a crown that he clinched in part due to victory here in the San Marino Grand Prix, the first of 2 visits in 2024. The second of those, our last Moto2 outing here, produced one of the classic Moto2 finishes, as both Tony Arbolino and Aaron Canet managed to throw victory away in the final sector of the race. That victory falling into the very grateful hands, in the end, of Celestino Vietti. But as we arrive at this potentially quite crucial round, the World Championship lead of Manu Gonzalez has been eked out somewhat with the events of Barcelona. His lead now 38 points, with Aaron Canet, Diogo Moreira and the chasing pack, which just about includes Barry Balton and Jake Dixon, needing to make some serious inroads, and they really do need to start here. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you to talk you through Moto2 Free Practice 1, and as I feel like I've said quite a few times in recent Grand Prix, the World Championship battle kind of took a back seat in Barcelona last weekend. As we came on the air around about 7 days ago, to this very second, Neil, and we talk of an Aspar rookie stealing the show in Hungary. Read the same in Barcelona. This time, though, Danny Holgado.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny Holgado was the star of the show on Sunday, maybe including the MotoGP field in that. What he did in the Moto2 race was absolutely sensational, taking his first win in intermediate category and becoming the 9th different race winner in the Moto2 class this year. Really unparalleled variety in terms of who is up there fighting at the front. And Holgado is taking his claim to be taken very, very seriously in this category, just as his teammate had been at the previous round.
Holgado climbed 4 places in the World Championship with that victory, up to 7th in the points now, and only 4 points behind Celestino Vietti, so a top 6 finish in the World Championship, very much within the reach of Holgado, and he's now in a very good position to be crowned the Rookie of the Year in Moto2 this year, extending his advantage over his teammate David Alonso up to 46 points, with 7 Grand Prix still remaining. Jake Dixon there, who was the best of the rest, I guess it's best to term it. He never really looked like he was going to go with Holgado in the Grand Prix, but had an entertaining battle with this young man, with Danny Munoz, who held 2nd place for so long, set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix in Barcelona in that early charge, which brought him onto the tail of Holgado. And Munoz arrives here as a podium finisher in Moto2, and you mentioned the 9 different winners we've had in 2025. David Munoz now takes the podium total this year up to 15 riders.
Danny Munoz.
Danny Munoz. Knew I'd get that one wrong eventually.
Exactly. Saw some comment on Reddit saying, how is David Munoz and Danny Munoz racing at the same time? Or how is David Munoz racing in 2 categories?
Has anyone ever seen them in the same room together?
It was causing a little bit of confusion among some fans watching back at home. But yeah, incredible stuff from Danny Munoz. Jumping up onto the podium and showing that he really does deserve to belong here at the World Championship level. We do believe he is in line to take up a competitive ride next year. Maybe more on that once the session gets underway. But it was another very solid day at the office, wasn't it, for the championship leader, Manny Gonzalez. It was another one of those occasions when it looked as though a tricky race was in store for him. But he passed the test with flying colours, rising from 12th up to 4th. And, yeah, just making big ground yet again in the championship, gaining 13 points in the championship fight to Aaron Kinnett. And really, when two of his main rivals in the title race faltered badly, Gonzalez was another steady pair of hands. It was just a really assured performance and did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, that's the key point, isn't it? It was based on what happened elsewhere that made that 4th place such a good result for Manny Gonzalez. And if Diogo Moreira and Aaron Kinnett are only scoring 2 points between them, then you can afford to take 3rds, 4ths, 5ths and extend your World Championship lead. Of course, the 3-part story of the World Championship battle leads us next to Diogo Moreira, who is 3rd in the World Championship. All the momentum that he had built up brought to a bit of a screeching halt in Barcelona. 42 points now his deficit. I was rather baffled to read Diogo Moreira saying how happy he was with the weekend, saying that we as a team did a great job. That didn't ultimately translate into points on the Sunday, and reading between the lines, it seemed to suggest, even without along that penalty, that it was a Grand Prix that he expected to struggle in.
Yeah, exactly. It was slightly strange, I agree, to read those comments from Diogo Moreira after the race. Especially when he'd been saying all weekend long that my rhythm is good and I've done a lot of preparation for the race. So, yeah, it was a disappointing one for him, down in 14th and really damaging for his championship. Now 42 points in arrears, back of Manny Gonzalez in 3rd. And, well, the race wasn't without controversy, was it, Lewis?
No, Jorge Navarro, if you're not keen on particularly graphic accidents, I advise you potentially to avert your gaze from this, but Philip Salac involved in a very painful looking crash. Never mind how painful it must have been to experience it. Jorge Navarro into turn 1, who did say that he had been suffering from some gearbox issues during the Grand Prix, but that wasn't deemed sufficient mitigating circumstance. You can see the rip in the left-hand side of Navarro's leathers there on the way into turn 1. As a consequence for that, as you saw at the top of your screens, he has a long lap penalty to serve in Sunday's San Marino Grand Prix. But the best news out of all of that is on our screens here, Neil, that Philip Salac is here and is competing.
Yeah, I think Philip was happy to acknowledge that he got really lucky in that crash in some ways. It was a disastrous Sunday and very, very unfortunate what happened to Philip. He'd been taken off track at just the 4th corner of the Moto2 race, which put him right at the back of the field. He was then making a pretty spirited comeback when he had that collision with Jorge Navarro. So, disaster. Great misfortune, but at the same time, Philip acknowledged that he was pretty lucky to be up and walking away after that spill. Really ugly that the bike ran over his head at one point and kind of flipped him around. But he was past fit on the Sunday after the Catalan GP, and here he is again, 5 days on, ready to compete this weekend. So that is good to see, and great to see that Philip Salac no serious injuries from that spill.
Kind of felt like the Catalan Grand Prix summed up Salac's season in many respects. So many times he's been competitive, but outside factors have got involved in his weekend, either in the race or in qualifying, and taken him out of play. Well, the headlines were taken by Danny Holgado, who you can see just giving a loving kiss to his crash helmet there before the session gets underway. But the rider in the foreground there, David Alonso, certainly had his own success story to tell from Barcelona. A weekend that looked thoroughly miserable for the first half of it, I think it's fair to say. Alonso just didn't look at home with that Aspar Moto2 machine on Friday. Did start to turn the corner a little bit on the Saturday, but of course the grid penalty plummeted him all the way back to 25th on the grid. But as described last weekend, Moto2's peak problem solver, well, he certainly did that again on the Sunday in Barcelona. Bit of a comeback king, isn't he, these days in Moto2, Alonso? 25th on the grid in the end, up to 8th.
Yeah, looking at my results sheet, doesn't really tell the full story of Alonso's comeback. 16th he qualified in, but then obviously handed a 9-place grid penalty along with 4 other riders. We'll maybe touch on that once this session gets underway. He's becoming Moto2's Harry Houdini, isn't he? Getting himself out of all sorts of pickles and issues. And Alonso, the way he came back was quite remarkable. 25th to 8th, 17th place gain. for him, and showing yet again that no matter how bad it looks on Friday, he can usually be relied upon to do something quite special on the Sunday. He was saying just was so much faster than the people around him in the closing laps. Yet again, we just saw his brilliance of being able to manage his tyres in a really tricky tyre conservation race. He was picking up ground hand over fist in the final 6 or 7 laps, and they came away with a pretty solid 8th place, which yeah, might not sound amazing when his teammate won the race, but considering where he was on Friday, completely lost, and really unable how to ride a Moto2 machine around the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, I think it's a fairly remarkable turnaround in the space of 2 days.
Once again, his prowess on all tyres coming to the fore late in that Grand Prix. Now let's update you on the runners and riders this weekend in Moto2. We have quite a bumper field actually in Moto2 this weekend, because we are boosted by a couple of wild cards. No injury returnees from last weekend, so we are still waiting for Dennis on Chu to return. I guess they won't be outwardly saying it. Perhaps 1 or 2 at the Red Bull KTM squad will be saying, you take your time, Dennis, given the podium exploits of Danny Munoz last weekend. Because Mario Andretti successfully returned from injury in Barcelona last weekend and reported no pain and no discomfort with his dislocated shoulder, so he's back again this weekend. Wildcards, well, they're both from the European Moto2 Championship, both regulars in that series. One of them we have seen before in Moto2 and across the Grand Prix paddock, Alberto Sura, who's on a 3rd American Racing Calyx, essentially, although the team name is slightly different. The 21-year-old from Turin, making his first appearance of the season. We last saw him at the end of last year when he replaced the injured Fermin Aldeguer in Sepang on the speed up Boscoscuro, so he's on a Calyx for what I believe is the first time in Moto2, because his previous appearances that were on a forward bike, and he's joined this weekend by a Grand Prix debutant, Alberto Ferrandez. Give us bonus points this weekend for how many times we call him Fernandez, because of course from a Moto2 point of view we are used to saying A Fernandez on our screens. It's Ferrandez this time, and he's certainly a confident boy, because he's running the number 93 this weekend in Moto2, which was last year of course when Marc Marquez won this championship back in 2012. Ferrandez, viewed in many respects as a bit of a dress rehearsal this, and a bit of a shot window to put himself on the Grand Prix grid full time next year. He is competing and challenging at the moment for the European Moto2 Championship. The rider who's leading him in that championship is actually also on track here this weekend, Unai Aradre, who of course is the substitute at the MSI squad. Ferrandez currently 2nd in the European Moto2 Championship. He's on a 3rd Boscoscuro, essentially, within the Speed RS team this weekend.
Yeah, thought very highly of. By all reports, I think Luca Boscoscuro is looking at him, maybe thinking he could step up into the World Championship next year. Might be a little early for him, but certainly in 2027 they really see the young rider that is on your screens just there. Is one for the future, running the 93. And don't be surprised to see Alberto Ferrandez up in the World Championship, maybe in 2027, doing fairly well in the European Moto2 Championship as it stands. I think it's about 4th overall. And yeah, it would be interesting to see what he can do here at Misano. There'll be big expectations on the shoulders of certainly one of his teammates, Celestino Vietti, the victor in the 2nd race here last year. And there is an early crash for Colin Vare.
Yeah, it's in the 3rd sector, which generally means it's a fast old crash through there. The 3rd sector takes you through the fast right to the back part of the lap. He's gone down at the 2nd of those, turn 12. You're around about 200 kilometres now, 4th gear through there as you're starting to scrub up the speed. You can see the visor's already been dislodged. Unfortunately for us, and for Colin, he's up on his feet and walking away. But essentially his free practice 1 session ended before he's completed a single time lap of this session, so already putting himself slightly on his back foot when we get into the crucial 40-minute practice session this afternoon, which decides who goes through to Q2.
Yeah, disappointing start out for Vare. You had another solid weekend in Barcelona. You could argue that the race fell well below expectations after he put it brilliantly on the front rope on Saturday. Still a solid top 10 finish, coming away with 9th. A tricky race as we previously mentioned, Barcelona is always a tricky race with tire conservation at the forefront of what a rider needs to do in Moto2 to perform well. And that is now 3 races on the spin, in which Veyer has finished inside the top 9, 8th, 5th and 9th, his last 3 results. Really, he's getting the hang of the Moto2 class. So I would still count that as a very positive result and a very positive weekend, even if some of the expectations, especially from some of our Dutch colleagues over at Ziggo Sport, had been heightened after his Saturday heroics, putting it on the front row for the first time in this category.
It is too, Colin. When he spoke to Jack Appleyard on the grid shortly before the race, was keeping his expectations relatively modest, saying that he himself would have been pretty happy with another top 10, because that is now 3 in succession for Veyer, where he's not only qualified but finished inside the top 10, so he is beginning to make himself a consistent front runner now in Moto2, certainly a consistent top 10 challenger. Perhaps those chances are taking an early knock this weekend. The crash at turn 12, a crash we haven't seen, but as mentioned, clearly would have been a very fast one indeed.
Yeah, and to go back to the race last weekend, it was clear from Friday, it was clear from Saturday as well, that Danny Holgado certainly had the potential, Lewis, to execute his game plan, lead from basically lights out until the checkered flag. We were certainly, when we were making our predictions on the Saturday night, in the car back from the track, we were saying, yeah, he'll be in the mix, but does he have it? Does he have what it takes to really get the job done over 24 long laps? I don't think any of us were expecting him to be that dominant, that convincing on the Sunday in Barcelona. It was just absolutely majestic. It was like watching a sort of a seasoned pro in the category, just riding off into the sunset, into the distance, and likes of Jake Dixon. Okay, he had his hands full with Danny Munoz just behind him for the majority of the race, but yeah, not even someone with the experience of Dixon, or the prowess of Dixon, could really live with Holgado. And I have to say, there was one moment in the race when I was thinking, surely he's shot up his tires. Surely he's done a bit too much too soon, and he's really going to pay for that in the closing laps. But what he was able to do, managing that pace until the end, just so impressive.
I think what the key moment of the weekend, arguably, for Holgado was on Friday afternoon when he did run the softer of the front tyre options and burned through it in 5 laps. And I think once we all saw his long run on Saturday morning in free practice too, the consistency of 142s that he was setting in that session, I think we all began to sit back and think, this is serious. Holgado can certainly convert this into a podium at the very least. Of course, as soon as he took it on pole position, the championship contenders deep on the grid, he looked the runaway favourite into the Grand Prix. And I think what Holgado was rewarded for as well was sticking to his guns in terms of front tyre choice. There were only, in the end, 7 riders in fact, with a couple at the back of the grid who ran the SC2, the medium front tyre. The majority pick across the field was the soft front tyre in the Catalan Grand Prix, and many came to regret that choice late in the race. But Holgado, with the experience, clearly with the feeling and the confidence he had on that medium front on Saturday morning, was convinced to run it in the Grand Prix. And of course, that was only going to become an advantage the longer the Grand Prix went on. So as soon as he got the early lead and was able to pull out a bit of an advantage over Munoz, who of course caught him very quickly, didn't he, in that first part of the race, as he was trying to make up for a relatively steady start. As soon as we got to half distance with Holgado in front, I don't think any of us doubted that he would be able to see it home from there.
Yeah. And I asked him after the race, how concerned were you with front tyre wear? Because obviously Friday afternoon was a bit of a disaster in that department, and he said, well, obviously I then went with the harder front tyre option, which was a help, but he also said he just completely readjusted his riding style from Friday afternoon into Saturday morning. Knew that he had to be a little bit more gentle, couldn't brake with so much angle, and was just basically trying to get the bike upright as quickly as possible to ease the sort of woes on the edge of that front Pirelli tyres. So it showed some pretty decent adaptation from the Spaniard from Friday to Saturday to alter his riding style. And what I really loved about it as well, he kind of mentioned, you know, after watching David in, as we see Colin Veyer, making his way back to the garage, you can see that that bike is in no state to go back on track at present. Quite a bit of damage to the bodywork on the right-hand side. That'll be fixable for sure for Colin. Hopefully he'll be able to get back on track in about 10 minutes or so. But just going back to Holgado, he was saying after what David did, in Hungary, I really felt, you know, the need to step it up. And I said, was that a bit of a motivation for you? And he said, yeah, of course. Said basically the Monday after Hungary, he was training like you wouldn't believe. It was like a red ride to the proverbial bull. He was like, I need to step it up here. David is winning races now. I need to go out next weekend and prove that I can do the exact same thing. So I quite admired that honesty, that he wasn't trying to dress it up. It was like, yeah, he did that, and I really needed to raise my game, so to speak.
Yeah, it's the kind of atmosphere that I guess you want within a team when you have two very motivated and hungry young riders like that, as long as it doesn't go too far, as in fairness on 2 occasions this season, Jerez and Aragon, where Holgado and Alonso have ran into each other. They do get along very well. In fact, I'd be amazed if anyone doesn't get along with David Alonso, given how genial and happy a character he is. Perhaps the only reason people wouldn't like him is because he keeps beating them in his Grand Prix career. But you want that kind of situation, you want that kind of atmosphere where one rider's success is driving the other rider on to greater heights, and that in turn just has a bit of a yo-yo effect between the two. Holgado is currently 5th in this session. Alonso is in 19th place. Of course, as we say at most places to go to, this is a circuit David also has won at very recently in Moto3. Actually has taken victory here on 2 previous occasions, the San Marino Grand Prix of 2023 and the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix of 2024. Here's Aaron Canet, who's into 7th place on a 136.428, and given the nature of the crash and given the images on social media of Aaron Canet in a neck brace post-Grand Prix on the Sunday, I was fearful that we might not see the 44 here this weekend, and potentially we might have seen the end of his World Championship hopes. But if there's one rider who can cut his teeth and ride through some obvious pain, I think Aaron's your man.
I think he is your man, absolutely. I did actually ask Aaron about this when I had an interview with him in Hungary. It was, 3 weeks ago now? I asked him, how can you do these remarkable performances when you're properly crocked and injured, riding with essentially one arm or one leg? You're able to pull these performances out of the bag 1 week later. And he said, for him, it's just all about that extra motivation. It just gives him that little bit of extra drive coming into the weekend, thinking, you know what, I'm going to prove you all wrong. You think I'm injured, and I'm not at my physical best. Well, let me show you. And boy, does Aaron Canet need to produce a performance here this weekend. It has been a bit of a ropey run as of late. You could say it all started back in Brno just before the summer break. But since then, Canet has scored just 16 points from a possible 100. And that really is not championship form. And the number 44 comes into this weekend in Misano, really needed a big performance. Another bad weekend here, and he could be going into the flyaways. Manny Gonzalez almost out of sight.
11 without a win now for Aaron Canet, and if you look at the points scored in the last 5 Grand Prix, Aaron Canet would only be 11th in the World Championship. There are 10 riders who've scored more points than him so far this season. And it's very interesting actually looking at the last 5 Grand Prix, and it kind of underlines how unpredictable, how competitive Moto2 has been. Danny Holgado is the top point scorer in the last 5 Grand Prix with only 69 points, and it's very rare that you would get 5 races into a Grand Prix season with the championship leader having as few points as that. Holgado with 69 points, the next highest scorer in the next 5 of the last 5 Grand Prix, might surprise you, Barry Baltus, who of course took those back-to-back second places prior to the summer break. He'd have 59 points, Gonzalez 58, Dixon and Vietti 54 apiece, Moreira 47, Alonso 40, Roberts 39, Guevara 36, and you have to go all the way back to Aaron Canet in 11th place. Only 25 points scored in the last 5 Grand Prix. So you might be grateful that Manu Gonzalez hasn't been winning in the same way that he has earlier in the season, but it's very clear that Canet's form has dropped off a cliff somewhat in the mid-part of this season. And boy, will he be hoping that his fly-away form of 2024 is going to dig him out of this hole in the races that remain.
Yeah, at this point it is that memory of last year that is kind of, well, in my mind at least, keeping Canet sort of in this fight, because what we've seen in the last 2 months, there hasn't been a great deal to show and suggest that Canet is going to be able to take this fight all the way to Valencia in mid-November. But we're just thinking back to that rider that we saw in the flyaways last year and just how strong he was, and thinking, yeah, surely at some point that is going to return that figure. But yeah, interesting stats those, Lewis, that you just told us about. It does show you that Moto2 this year, we don't have a kind of a 2023 situation where someone like Pedro Acosta is finishing 1st or 2nd or 4th pretty much every weekend. We're having riders having a lot more ups and downs than that. And obviously with 9 different victors, 15 different podium finishers in the first 15 races, as you said at the start of the program, it does mean that it's a bit like last year in some respects. The rider that's able to kind of minimize the damage on their bad days is probably going to be the one that succeeds overall. We just have to think back to a week ago what Manny Gonzalez did. He really did minimize the damage on what could have possibly been a bad day, whereas his chief rivals, Kinet and Moreira, were unable to do so.
And Moreira, that long lap penalty, which only really cost him 1 position in the end. He dropped to 14th place, so you can't really put the long lap penalty in any way as an explanation for his poor results, as we see him now following the Catalan Grand Prix winner and potentially extending his advantage. He doesn't, but that is still faster than anyone else has been so far this morning. Moreira on a 35.6 is 2/10 clear of Jake Dixon as the yellow flags return in the third sector, previously brought out in this session by Colin Vire. We'll hopefully see very shortly who's brought them out, and it is the American Racing Wildcard by the looks of that. Is that Alberto? Sorry, yes it is. The bright right red crash, a bit slightly slower crash by the looks of it than the crash that we've seen Vire. He's made it slightly further through those right-handers before he's hit the deck.
Disappointing stuff for Sura then. And this is on the...
He's one further round. He's into turn 30.
Yeah, so front cried enough, and thankfully the Italian jumped back up on his feet, but so that might be a sustained spell out of this session. Not possibly. Is FP1 over? Sura is 26th at the moment, 1.8 seconds back of Diogo Moreira's quickest time. We haven't really been paying a great deal of attention to the time so far, but as you can see, Moreira, Dixon and Gonzalez, your top 3 as it stands. Kinet is down in 13th currently in the pits. He is 0.7 seconds off Moreira's fastest time. So Moreira clearly keen to get back on track here this weekend and coming out swinging as it stands.
Take home Grand Prix for his team, the Italtran squad. And we'll do with here waving goodbye to Moreira for next season. Still no official confirmation, but it does feel as if basically a case of preparing the social media content to announce that. And for Diogo Moreira to be a MotoGP rider with LCR for next season, with Somkit Chandra likely to step aside. Expect news on that in the coming weeks. And so Colin Vire's motorcycle is prepared, given the lack of rush around that bike. Don't expect to be seeing Colin Vire back on track in the near future, if he doed at all, in this session, as another American Racing Calyx takes the scenic route. This time it's Marcos Ramirez, who looks like he's overshot the right-handed hairpin of Rio down at turn 4.
I think there's an acknowledgement in the item box there that is game over for Colin Vire in this session, I should say. And look at that from Diogo Moreira's first run.
Pushing track limits to go, I think.
Yeah, that is going to be a common theme this weekend, as it was in Barcelona for some riders, particularly in Moto 3. But Moreira, see there, the majority of his lap time is being ticked off there, and there are a few real problem spots, aren't there, Lewis, on this track for exceeding track limits.
Just saw one of them at the back of the picture there, didn't he? Coming out of turn 16, that little patch of green tarmac coming out of the final corner, where all you have to do is clip it and you will find yourself in trouble and losing your lap. And of course it was exceeding track limits one time too many that put Moreira in along that penalty loop a week ago.
Yeah, just before that as well, turn 15 on the exit of that left-hander, the fast left-hander, is a real problem spot as well. So the spotters up in race direction who look out over the track limits and understand who needs to have their lap times cancelled, they will have their hands full this weekend for sure. So Moreira tops the session so far with 21 minutes remaining from Dixon and Gonzalez, 0.2 of a second separating the top 2. Senna Aegis has just jumped up into 5th position, although that is now 6th. It was another puzzling weekend, wasn't it, for the Australian? Another weekend in which I really felt he was going to be up there among the podium contenders, especially after what we saw from him on Friday afternoon, when his rhythm looked very, very positive indeed. But Aegis was just going backwards as the race progressed. 18th at the checkered flag. Hugely disappointing. And Senna was just saying, chronic lack of rear grip from the early laps. Anytime he tried to touch the throttle, open the throttle, he was just getting the bike sideways, and yeah, it became quite unmanageable towards the end.
And a poor start didn't help him either. Started on the second row, of course, as Neil alluded to before the session got underway. We had a lot of penalties that really jumbled the grid up and down before the Grand Prix started. Aegis, who had qualified in 8th, was then promoted up the grid to 6th, but he dropped 7 places on the first lap, fell all the way down to 13th place, and the grip levels or not, Moto2 is so unforgiving, so close now, where hundredths of a second can decide a row or two on the grid, and of course because everyone is so close in terms of competitiveness, that means it's not particularly easy to overtake riders at will to make up for a poor start or a poor qualifying, and boy did Aegis find that out. Ultimately, when you look at his Grand Prix, made no progress, only fell backwards through the Grand Prix, and like Yoga Moreira, who's another rider that found himself in the long penalty loop due to excessive exceeding of track limits during that race, and as you say, a Grand Prix that led us to believe on Friday that a podium was a real possibility, if not better. Senna Aegis ultimately ended with no points at all.
Yeah, hugely frustrating for the Australian. As Manny Gonzalez is a little moment there as he gets away. It's a bit like elderly person getting on the scooter coming out of Tesco's there, wasn't it?
Like me riding my bicycle back from our car rental drop-off spot last weekend in Barcelona, when you're slightly too high above the ground and you can't touch the ground. We've all been there. Manny Gonzalez, unfortunately, was able to keep it upright, and his mechanic spotted what was potentially about to happen and tried to race to his advantage and to his aid. Gonzalez is back on track, and as you can see, currently in 3rd place. He's one of 4 riders at the moment in the 135s.
Yeah. Jamo was very brief, thankfully, for the championship leader, the number 18, but just going back to his teammate, there is a case to be made that the last 4 races that Senna has started in, he's been going into the race with real podium potential. I've been thinking Senna is not a dark horse for the podium, but a proper podium contender. You think back to the Saxon ring, then it didn't work out there where he jumped the start, and obviously then had to serve a long lap penalty, or 2 long lap penalties. Still managed to finish 11th. Hungary qualified in the 2nd row, didn't quite work out in the Sunday there. In fact, sorry, he missed Hungary. I'm talking about the next race, which was in Brno. Yeah, had podium potential there, but I think 1 or 2 maybe issues outside of Senna and the team's control led to him finishing well down the order there. And then obviously he qualified well in Austria as well in the 2nd row. Had that horrible first lap collision, which was not his fault either. And crashed out, then had to miss the race in Hungary. And then the issue in Barcelona a week ago. So there's obviously frustration there, but I think if you looked at it on the positive side, at least the potential's there. You know, he's going into these races after solid weekends and good qualifying. He really has managed to sort his qualifying out a lot recently, which I think was still a bit of an issue earlier in the season. And it's just things have not quite played out and worked out for him on the Sunday, but you have to imagine that they really will come good, especially when we go to the flyaways. We saw some great performances from Senna then during that season. And yeah, although the results have been really disappointing, you get the feeling that he is not a million miles away.
Yeah, and string the full weekend together, expect Aegis to pick up. He hasn't had a podium now since his victory in such dramatic last lap circumstances at the British Grand Prix. As we take a look at Danny Holgado, and you can see the rear tyre there, the shape changing as he skips over the curbs, which you already noticed from his point of view. Looks much more dramatic from the super high motion slow-mo on the outside of turn 6 there. As you're building up the speed from around about 115 kilometers an hour, 2nd gear, all the way up to 6th as you brake for Quetcher, turn number 8. Let's take a look now. Joe Roberts is in 19th place. 136.7 on his last lap, but him Roberts is less than a second off the pace at the moment. 0.989 of a second covers your top 19 runners, which includes Manu Gonzalez then, who exits the final corner and might well sneak ahead of Dixon with this if he has a good final sector. He doesn't, which is why he stays in 3rd place. As I say, Manu Gonzalez must be just rather relieved to be riding a Moto2 bike around a circuit without a face full of Ethan Cavara's Boscascura.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a feature of the race. He came out on top in that particular battle, did Manu. And I thought it was a bit of a weekend. Perhaps you could compare it to the Saxon ring, when he obviously didn't have a bad pace during the practice sessions, but crashed right at the start of qualifying in wet conditions. Qualified down in 16th and managed to bring it home in 4th, which was a really decent result. I kind of feel the weekend was in some ways comparable to that. You know, a bit of a dodgy qualifying down in 12th. Pretty disappointing, but still, on Sunday, was just able to bring it home. And he started this weekend very promisingly as well. Gonzalez currently in 3rd, as you can see, and lapping fairly consistently even at this early stage of the weekend in FP1. Diogo still having a few difficulties with track limits, as you can see. The only 2 bad laps he had were both fast ones, as you can see, both in the 1:35s. So Diogo Moreira, who needs a bit of a fight back here this weekend in terms of the World Championship. Of course, it's by no means an unassailable advantage for Gonzalez. 38 points to Canet, but 42 to Moreira. It does mean, though, that Manny Gonzalez is already in a position in the World Championship where Harry Canet or Diogo Moreira win every remaining Grand Prix. Manny Gonzalez simply just needs to finish 2nd in all of them, and he would win the World Championship. So it's a very luxurious position to be in when you're trying to manage your World Championship lead, and you need to give Manny Gonzalez so much credit for the way he has managed that advantage. He's, of course, not a rider who's unfamiliar to either fighting for or winning World Championships. A former Super Sport 300 World Champion when he became Grand Prix, or he became motorcycle road racing's youngest ever World Champion back in 2019. So he's not going to get stage fright by being in the kind of position that he's in, trying to manage a World Championship lead. And he certainly had his mature hat on in recent Grand Prix. If victory's not there to be claimed, just make sure you're on the podium or very close to it. And whilst, since his last victory, which of course has to be tracked all the way back to Mugello, he hasn't been in the top 2 of a Grand Prix since then. But crucially, since that point, he's either maintained or extended his World Championship lead. Yeah, and aside from that, great misfortune that he suffered in Austria when a punctured radiator forced him to retire. He hasn't finished lower than 4th, which is absolutely crucial. When you're putting the championship together, you can see he's made a bit of a mess down there at turn number 14, down at Carroll, when he was on a fastest lap. Not sure if he just aborted the lap time or that was a genuine mistake, but I think we can safely say the potential is there at this early stage for Manegas. Moreira and Dixon up ahead of him. Dixon was an interesting one in Barcelona as well. He does love that circuit, doesn't he? And I like some of Jake's confidence that we heard from him on the Saturday last weekend when he was saying these are my kinds of conditions. Just really backed himself to perform well in the low grip conditions when he knew he was going to have to manage his rear tyre throughout that race. And you'd argue that he did a pretty decent job of it, because when he came to that late fight with Danny Munoz, it was pretty clear who had the upper hand. Once Jake passed Danny, Danny was basically on the ropes a little bit and trying to manage the gap behind him to manage Gonzalez in 4th rather than return. A bit of a blow to Jake up ahead, but decent stuff from Dixon. Do we still find Dixon in the championship fight, Lewis?
Just about, yeah. I think down to Jake in 5th. 65 points covers the top 5. All it would take, of course, from here is one DNF for Gonzalez, and that could easily come down to 40 points. So I think Dixon's got to hang to that. Whether Jake's still thinking of himself as a World Championship contender at this stage is, I guess, a very different question altogether. But of course, there's anything can still happen in the last stages of this Grand Prix. We could still have Grand Prix affected by rain. Generally, of course, when we head to the likes of Japan, to Sepang in Malaysia, and of course the Phillip Island, which has had its fair share of inclement weather in recent times when Grand Prix racing has rolled into town. That could easily bring Jake Dixon back into the mix. Yeah, he's 65 points back. Barry Baltus 64 points back. Although the bulk of his points in the last 5 Grand Prix were scored pre-summer break rather than post-summer break. Of course, he qualified very well in Barcelona, but was one of those who was dunked onto the naughty step with his post-qualifying penalty. If we are considering Canet and Moreira, and of course we are still considering them World Championship contenders, I guess we have to still be wary of writing off Barry Baltus and Jake Dixon, given they're only a race victory behind them.
Yeah, he may privately consider himself a title contender still, but certainly when he was topping us after the race in Barcelona, he was dismissive of his chances I'm not looking at the championship is what he said. He basically is going in to the final 7 rounds of his Moto2 career. Just hoping to try and win as many races as possible. That was what he told us on Sunday anyway. Still no confirmation of Dixon's 2026 plans, but I think it is fairly common knowledge that he'll be racing for Honda in the World Superbike Championship next year. And while he didn't say as much post-Barcelona, he was saying things like, you know, in my final 7 GPs, I want to kind of go out in a blaze of glory and add to my Grand Prix win tally before the next chapter of my career. So Dixon all but confirming that move that we've been discussing over the last couple of Grand Prix. It's also quite interesting on the personnel change inside the Mark VDS box, which was enacted back in Hungary. I think his telemetry engineer was asked to stay at home for the rest of the season, and he's had Union from Boscoscuro come across and help with his telemetry. Jake was actually saying in Hungary, the big step came on Friday when the spotter from Mark VDS, Chaz Davies, former World Superbike race winner, multiple World Superbike race winner, a World Supersport champion who does some spotting work for the Mark VDS team. He came into the box on the Friday afternoon and said, look, it's clear that Jake has no control in heavy braking zones. You need to do something with this. And Chaz, obviously being a bit of a telemetry wizard himself, was able to pull up the telemetry and point to 1 or 2 things with the engine brake and say, look, this shouldn't be reacting in this way. You need to change this. And whatever change they enacted on that Friday in Hungary, he said from Saturday it felt like a completely different bike and he was able to brake as he wanted to. So Jake was giving Chaz a big shout out after the race in Barcelona and saying that, yeah, feels that he's now able to brake aggressively, able to overtake again. That was something that had been lacking for him in the race before in Austria, which was obviously such a disaster when he qualified 20th, finished 20th, and was just a shell of a man, essentially, afterwards. But it seems as though that personnel change, as well as some input from the very experienced Chaz Davis, really did pay off. And yeah, Jake's results since then, 4th and 2nd, notably on an upward trend. So let's see if we can continue that here in Misano. To be fair, it's never been a great track for the Englishman in years gone by. And I think this will be a real test to see just whether those changes are basically going to see him fighting for the top positions again in the rest of the season.
Of course, right here last year at a point where we were well and truly talking up Jake Dixon's World Championship hopes, so he had that incredible run of form and the victories at Silverstone and Aragon prior to Misano 24, the first of our 2 visits, where he finished 5th, and it is his best result on this Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. It's also the Boscoscuro Challenge, of which he is their leading light. It's now Tony Arbolino who's your top Boscoscuro in this session. Perhaps some fresh rubber being thrown at it in his final favorites of the session. Casella Regis has just left to top spot on a 1:35.411. Quarter of a second now clear of Moreira. Arbolino has now got into 3rd place for the Blue Crew Pramac squad. The Boscoscuro on a 35.6. Then we have Barry Baltus 7th. He's also recently improved to go ahead of Holgado, Dixon, Gonzalez, Salat, Arenas, and Ramirez. Consecutive laps now in the mid to low 35s for Senna Aegis. A 35.3 extends his lead now to nearly 3/10 over Moreira, the fastest ever Moto2 lap around this Misano circuit. We're around about 4/10 away from that. Aaron Kinnett last year on his way to pole position, a 1:34.935.
Yeah, decent early times then from the Aussie Aegis. It looks as though his advantage is going to be slashed here by Danny Holgado. And this session has been a bit indicative of the 2 Aspar teammates and their kind of adaptation to Moto2 this year. Holgado has been the more rapid one to naturally adapt, whereas Alonso has tended to take his time a little bit more. We saw that in Barcelona a week ago as Holgado does go 2nd. Marcos Ramirez jumps up into 4th. We also saw that kind of just in the first races of the season. Holgado was getting top 10 results from the off, whereas Alonso needed to build into it just a little bit more. Seeing that in this session with Holgado 2nd, Alonso currently down in 21st. He's just going faster still here. Interesting to see Arbolino up at the sharp end again. This is becoming a bit of a recurrent theme, isn't it, on Friday mornings, Lewis? Sometimes even on Friday afternoons you think, Tony Arbolino's had a good day. Perhaps he's back. And then come Sunday, you're wondering where he was in the race. I mean, it was another kind of anonymous performance on the Sunday in Barcelona. Obviously wasn't helped by the fact that he was one of 5 riders to be given a 9th-place grid penalty after riding way too slowly in Q1, along with Darren Binder. Baltas Arenas and Alonso were given penalties for doing the same in Q2. And yeah, from back of the grid, Tony didn't really have much of a chance. Came home in 20th and said, at no point in the track did I feel I was strong.
Which is not a particularly glowing rendition, whatever you want to describe it as, of the motorcycle he was riding in Barcelona. It certainly would appear, although we've not had the official confirmation yet, that he's out of that team for next season. Tony Arbolino jumping back on Calex for next season and taking the place of this man, Aaron Canet, at the Fantic team alongside Barry Baltas. Of course, we already know that Canet's heading to Mark Vinies to jump on a Boscoscuro for next season. But it is worth just dwelling for a moment on those penalties we had last weekend. The riders who got 9th-place grid penalties last weekend were on their second offence for excessive slow sectors. Baltas, Arbolino, Binder, Arenas and Alonso. If you're on your first offence, you were given an official warning. It's quite a lengthy list of riders who were given an official warning, so bear with us, viewers. We have Salach, Roberts, Gonzalez, Aradre, Ramirez, Guevara, Canet, Eric Fernandez, don't worry about him because he was a wild card, Anchi Agius, Cooney Vaya, Sasaki and Van der Goldberg were all given warnings, so they are all now slightly on the edge of 9th-place grid penalties if they fall foul again in the remaining Grand Prix. And of course, you might have noticed the names of Canet, Gonzalez and Moreira amongst those. All 3 of those were given official warnings last weekend for excessive slow sectors. So if they fall foul again, we could see one of our chief championship contenders being dropped quite significantly down the grid.
Yeah, an exceptionally busy Saturday, wasn't it, for the FIM stewards? 15 riders were given a warning in total on Saturday evening, and 5 were given a penalty. So the majority of this Moto2 field. And we have seen a couple of qualifying sessions, haven't we, when things have been a little, what's the word, untidy? Yes, messy, to put it politely, I guess. You could also call it stronger terms, but we'll refrain from that for now. As we see Colin Veyer, it's a bit of a sorry sight for his motorcycle. Thankfully, the rider was looking at a good bit in better condition after that fall than the machine. So their session, as we suspected about 20 minutes ago, was over. But yeah, that is quite significant that the stewards were just saying, right, enough is enough. Like, enough of this kind of touring around excessively. We saw a lot of slow sectors from the riders you mentioned, as well as the 5 that copped the penalties. And yeah, the stewards really telling everyone, we will not accept this going forward.
And Gonzalez, of course, himself is no stranger to grid penalties this season. Took a grid penalty back in Mugello, which of course didn't deny him victory in the end, but it did make his route to victory slightly more difficult after taking a 3-place grid penalty, and then after taking the pole in Austria, he was also given a grid penalty. And well, she could argue that, yeah, Manny Gonzalez was very unfortunate to have a stone through his radiator. Maybe he wouldn't have had stone through his radiator had he been leading the race, which of course he likely would have been without the grid penalty. He's now into the 134s. We're still a few hundreds shy, though, of the all-time lap record of Aaron Canet. Gonzalez now on a 134.977. Dixon into second. Moreira third on a 35, should I say, .2. Very little to choose, though, with now a 16-rider group, all within a second of Gonzalez pace.
Decent start there for Dixon. We were mentioning this hasn't been a great track for him in years gone by, but he started well here today. Just under 2/10 per second off Gonzalez's quickest time, and we've got pretty much all the big hitters up inside the top 10 in terms of the championship. Celestino Vietti maybe being the sole exception down in 14th, but really do not read too much into Celli's form on a Friday. We're way too experienced at this game now, aren't we, Lewis, to do something like that? Vietti, of course, though, great record here around his home track, and yeah, I think no matter what happens, we can count him potentially as a top 4, top 5 challenger at least come Sunday. He dropped the ball somewhat in qualifying though last weekend. He made an error in qualifying and ruined what he felt was podium pace in the Catalan Grand Prix. Of course, had to make his way through quite a lot of traffic. I mean, qualified 15th, got promoted a couple of places on the grid with penalties. Said he found himself in a pretty wild group during that Grand Prix, and it certainly looked it at times. Vietti ultimately emerging from that to take a very strong 6th place, which is where he's estimated to go in this session as we follow podium hero from Barcelona, Dani Munoz. He's currently in 15th place. Of course, a circuit that he perhaps won't be quite so familiar with than he was in Barcelona, although he has raced here previously in the Moto2 Grand Prix paddock. He was a replacement at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix here last year, and has also got some European Moto2 experience. Munoz is currently 15th, 10 places behind Vietti, who defied the expectations that he'd go 6th, and went 1 place higher into 5th. Yeah, decent stuff then from Vietti. Let's see what Aaron Canet can do towards the end of this FP1 session. Obviously, these times don't contribute to who goes through into Q2 automatically. That is the job of practice this afternoon. You won't want to miss that. The same for Moto 3 and of course MotoGP as the checker flag is shown. Canet comes across the line and it's a 1 place gain for him, 10th up into 9th. So a steady enough start for Canet, and I guess you could say, considering the extent of his crash on Sunday in Barcelona, the fact that he was wearing a neck brace on Sunday evening after being checked out the medical centre, that's a decent return for the Spaniard. But he'll certainly be hoping that he can start gaining some speed from here, because riders that he needs to beat are 1st and 3rd in this session. So both Gonzalez and Moreira looking very strong from the offset. Gaining speed and gaining points is the order of the day for Aaron Canet here this weekend. Does look as if Manu Gonzalez is going to take his customary Friday morning P1. That's 11 times now this season in 16 Grand Prix that Manu Gonzalez has took pre-practice 1. A reasonable advantage by Moto2 terms over Jake Dixon, as Chelston Vietti is one of our last riders to take the checkered flag. He's gone 4th, so it's Calix Boscoscuro inside your top 4. Celebrate his 5th from our Catalan Grand Prix winner, Daniel Holgado 6th. Another Boscoscuro 7th in the form of Ethan Cavara, who rode so well last Sunday in Montmello. Baltus and Canet for the Fantic squad, 8th and 9th, and Marcos Ramirez, despite that little trip through the gravel trap at Rio Corner midway through the session, he completes the top 10, which has now become 9th, because Aaron Canet's final lap has, just as we speak to you, been deleted due to exceeding track limits. That relegates Canet now back down to 10th. I think it's no surprise to see Philip Salad's down in 16th after his ugly collision that we saw at the start of the Moto2 session. He'll no doubt be easing his way back into affairs, and a bit of a slow start for David Alonso, the victor the last time we went racing here in Moto3, 18th for the Colombian, but be afraid or worried, David Alonso fans. You do expect to see him make stealthy progress as the weekend progresses, but more or less we have, aside from Alonso, we have all the big hitters up towards the sharp end, which indicates we could have some drama here on Sunday. It's all building up nicely, isn't it, for a competitive weekend, which is what we're coming to expect now in Moto2. As mentioned, both of our Grand Prix here last year were competitive and closely fought at the front. Iger just proving too strong in the first of our minutes last season, although a late crash for Chilton and Vietti perhaps took a little bit of the heat off him in those closing stages. And of course, who will forget the final sector of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix here last year, when this man took victory despite entering the final sector of the final lap in 3rd place. Turn 14, the issue getting down the gearbox for Tony Arbolino dropped him out of the lead, and then perhaps an overly defensive final corner from Aaron Canet allowed Vietti to swoop past meters from the finish line. One of the classic recent Moto2 finishes. One point it seemed like it was heading towards a bit of a snoozy finale. The top 3 were all just riding kind of in formation in unison until some of that crazy late drama, but Vietti emerged triumphant that day. He finished 4th so far in this session, but Manu Gonzalez was the quickest of the lot at 34.9 and up the top at P1. And surely the all-time record will go this afternoon. Gonzalez quickest then, from Jake Dixon. Diogo Moreira, who led early on in the first run that was littered by track limits violations. He did ultimately get himself up into third. Vietti fourth, and Aegis Holgado and Guevara. Baltas Ramirez Canet was your top 10. Canet had a late lap cancelled for track limits. Arenas 11th, ahead of Arbolino Lopez, Huertas, and Barcelona hero Munoz. Salat 16th, ahead of Vanden Goldberg. Alonso promoted to 18th with some late track limits lap time deletions. Robertson Ortola completed top 20 ahead of Sasaki, Escrige, Aradre. Ferrandez on his debut 24th and just under a second and a half off the pace. Not too shabby at all. Bindet, Navarro, Ajisur and Cooney completed 29 with course Colin Bryant 30th, having set no time. Gonzalez quickest then to kick off this Moto2 weekend at Misano. MotoGP free practice one is coming up next. From Montmello to Misano, MotoGP has made the 1,300-kilometre trip from Spain's Mediterranean coast to Italy's Adriatic coast for the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino. Close to beach hotspots of Riccione and Cattolica, the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli's our last Euro round until November, with Japan, Indonesia, Australia and Malaysia up next. FP1 starts chapter 16 next live. It's time for MotoGP. So the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. Close to the beach hotspots of Rimini, Riccione, Cattolica. It's 4.226 kilometres in length, just over 2.6 miles. Packed into that relatively compact layout are 16 corners. 10 of them right, 6 of them left. The second shortest straight on the Grand Prix calendar. MotoGP bikes just topping around 305 kilometres an hour. Around this layout, 32nd time we've had a Grand Prix in this part of Italy, known as the Motorsport Valley, of course. Braking hotspots, turn 1, 8, 9 and 10. Good morning and welcome to sunny San Marino. It's a beautiful day to kick off Chapter 16 in the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. The action continues to come your way thick and fast, as we just mentioned in the build-up. This last European round until early November. We're about to go globetrotting, aren't we, in MotoGP, with the Overseas Flyway Tour of Japan, Indonesia, Australia and Malaysia looming large on the horizon. And it will be in Japan, most likely, where Marc Marquez will get his first match point, and Marc Marquez will most likely wrap up that 7th MotoGP World Championship. Alex Marquez's brilliant 5 days ago, his brilliant performance 5 days ago, in front of his home crowd at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, did prevent Marc from having the chance to win the World Championship here in Misano this weekend. So the title race rolls on into round 17 at least, over in Japan. But once again, Barcelona, as has been the story so much in 2025, was a battle of the Marquez brothers. This time around, for just the second time in his MotoGP career, it was Alex that prevailed after his record-breaking performance in qualifying, take pole position. What a brilliant response it was from Alex to win that Grand Prix under immense pressure from brother Marc after he crashed out of what looked a nailed-on victory in the sprint just 6 days ago. It's going to be a momentous morning here in Misano as well for Yamaha. The start of an exciting and ultimately what the Iwata factory hopes is a successful new era, as we are about to see for the very first time a competitive debut for their much talked about new V4 powered YZR M1. That will get its debut here today in the hands of test rider Augusto Fernandez. But the Prosecco is on ice for at least another couple of weeks. It does seem like it's just a formality, isn't it, before Marc Marquez does get the job done in 2025. And he is back on top of the MotoGP World Championship as world champion. Matt Verno is still in the commentary box for Jack Appleyard down in what is, I'm sure, already a blazing hot pit lane. These are the maths. Mark will have a title chance in the Japanese Grand Prix if he has an advantage of 148 points or more at the end of this weekend's action here in San Marino. I think we can pretty much take it as Red Lewis that he's going to get this wrapped up in Japan, because his advantage at the moment is 182, so he has to lose a lot of points this weekend if he's not had the chance to wrap it up in Japan, but he doesn't have the chance to wrap it up here, and this is why. Alex Marquez taking the victory that many of us expect him to take 24 hours earlier, of course, when he crashed out of the lead of the sprint. As Marc Marquez now have a look at the moment where he lost the lead, never to regain it. This was the corner, turn 10 in the Tissot sprint where Alex gave away a sprint victory, a moment which he feels sharpened his focus and ensured he wouldn't make that same mistake, as much as he was celebrating on the final lap before the race and even finished. A victory that Alex Marquez will save you for quite some time, and a victory that was fully deserved. Some might say, and with good reason, that was Alex's best Grand Prix performance. It is never easy, is it? You have to keep reading your pit board, +0, +0.1, 93 in hot pursuit. Mark said all weekend, Alex had that upper hand of 1 or 2 tenths. We saw how strong he was in those final couple of sectors. And it was an important victory, as Alex told me in the pre-event press conference yesterday. His form had just taken a bit of a dip after what was an outstanding opening half for 2025. Of course, he suffered a left-hand fracture and that nasty collision with Pedro Acosta in Assen. And podiums and wins have been hard to find since that point for Alex. So it was a welcome return to the top step of the podium. And he takes another giant stride towards securing what would be a brilliant second overall in the championship. He's now 68 points ahead of Pecco Bagnaia in that particular battle. Yeah, there's the other side of the equation from Alex's point of view. If he's to stop Mark having an opportunity to win the championship next weekend, he has to gain 34 points. Essentially, the easiest way to think about that is Alex needs to do the double this weekend and then hope Marc Marquez scores no more than 2 points. And of course, it is worth noting, I mean, Marc Marquez, by his own admission, he was always felt like Alex was going to get his measure or get the better of him in Barcelona. And when you look at Barcelona being one of Mark's weakest tracks of the season, one of his weakest Grand Prix, well, he's still with 32 points. He won the sprint, bit of a gift, of course, after Alex's crash. He was second in the Grand Prix. He finished the top point scorer in that Barcelona weekend. So it just shows how strong Mark is. On weak tracks, he's still able to score big points. Well, this is the moment that Yamaha have been waiting so many years for, of course. A big break in their tradition, of course. Traditionally, they've been accustomed with the inline four-cylinder MotoGP engine, but this, as they say there on that graphic, the start of a new era. Finally, there's been so much talk, hasn't there, for the last 2 or 3 years. Will they or won't they go over to a V4-powered Wisdar M1? Well, today we have finally got our answer. Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins did briefly test that bike themselves. The 2 current factory riders in a post-race test in Barcelona on Monday. A bit of rain disrupted their plans on that occasion. Fabio and Alex will once again test the V4 here on Monday. But you're about to witness, ladies and gentlemen, a moment of MotoGP history, a big moment in Yamaha history, as their test rider, Augusto Fernandez, has the honour of making the V4 competitive debut. We're about to see it very shortly. We'll be watching its lap times very closely. Of course, Augusto Fernandez, a very strong operator himself on board a motorcycle. He's, of course, been so important and so integral to the development of this V4. He and Andrea Dovizioso have done so much of the testing over the course of 2025. Of course, since the days of Quartararo fighting for World Championships and losing a World Championship late in 2022, you felt like this was a day that would eventually come, that Yamaha had to join the rest in the V4 route in order to beat the rest. So is this a key milestone in Yamaha's march back towards championship glory in the future? Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them. That's the Yamaha policy. It seems they've been chasing engine performance, they've been chasing grip, haven't they, for so many years. Well, Frankie Morbidelli, we're all set and good to go here for FP1 in Misano. It will be underway in just about 90 seconds time. We won't see, though, the number 21 of Frankie Morbidelli for the first 10 minutes of this session. As you can see, He has been suspended by the FIA MotoGP stewards, disobeying direct instructions from marshals. We've seen that penalty already so far this year, haven't we? Fabio Quartararo had it in Silverstone after Le Mans. This was the incident at turn 10. It was a poor turn 10, was it, all weekend for Frankie in Barcelona, because 24 hours before this, he'd slammed into reigning world champion Jorge Martin. A routine front-end washout for Frankie, but then he starts bickering and arguing his case with the marshals. They're telling him, no, you're not rejoining, you're not getting back on the circuit. Frankie's desperate to do so. Unfortunately, it was a battle that Frankie did not win, and he was given another rap on the knuckles. He's spending a little bit too much time in front of Simon Crowbar and co right now, isn't he?
You can hear him shouting, and I think trying to stop Frankie there from restarting that bike. You could hear him there trying to start it. He won the argument, but ultimately paid a serious penalty for it in the end, with the first 10 minutes of this session being taken away from him. I guess this might be one of the circuits on the calendar where Frankie Morbidelli can absorb a punishment such as that. He's probably done more laps around the circuit than any other on the calendar across various track days, Grand Prix and all the rest of it across his career, but he will be a spectator with us for the next 10 minutes. The session starts now.
Italian media reporting as well this morning that there was a meeting between FIM Chief Steward Simon Crowbar and Frankie and some of his team yesterday here in Misano, where I think he was told in no uncertain terms, enough is enough, clean up your act. We've seen you far too often this season, and we're going to start getting a little bit heavier, a bit more severe with the sanctions. So Frankie back on the naughty step. Who's going to take the first step to the top step of the podium? It was on it here this weekend. And we just saw there Augusto Fernandez on the number 7 bike peel out on circuit on what is now the V4 Unleashed in the Grand Prix for the first time. Shows what good work Augusto has been doing behind the scenes for Yamaha, because as part of their big press announcement here in Misano yesterday unveiling the new V4, there was confirmation that Augusto Fernandez has signed a new 2-year extension with Yamaha to be very much part of their test and development team. He'll be featuring in a bunch of wildcards, and he is Yamaha's once again designated replacement rider should any of their quartet in 2026 get injured. So it just shows the value that Augusto Fernandez has brought to Yamaha as they've kept him on the books for the next 2 years.
Here he is on board the V4 powered Yamaha, putting in his first competitive laps, and there is a key distinction here, and Yamaha will make this distinction yesterday, and of course they've been very, very careful to manage the mileage and also manage how hard they push this V4 prototype over the course of the year so far. They do say that all of their in-house targets have been met to get them to this point, but they now want to put this motorcycle, and more to the point, the engine within it, under the stresses and the rigours of a competitive Grand Prix weekend, which is a different matter altogether to testing, where of course you're not in any kind of competitive pressures, you're not limited by the sessions and the format of the weekend. This is the first time competitively that this V4 will be put through its paces. You can now have a listen to it.
Well, there you go. There was your Friday morning wake-up call alarm here in Misano. Nice to hear the rasp of that new Yamaha V4 as their General Manager of Motorsport Development Division, Takahiro Sumi, who was present yesterday at the press conference to launch and unveil the new V4, alluded to. Of course, this is not something that you just decide to build and design from scratch, from a blank canvas 5-6 months ago. He said that this is something that Yamaha had been seriously giving consideration to since Fabio Quartararo was victorious, or won the MotoGP World Championship here all the way back in 2021. So it's been something that the Yamaha engineers in Iwata have been considering, this major technical switch for quite a period of time now. We know it both, myself and Lewis, and all of you around the world are very glued to the screens, the timing screen in particular, to see how Augusto Fernandez is getting on. Don't worry, Frankie, you only got about 6 more minutes before you can get back out on circuit.
Yeah, and in terms of the V4, there have been some questions also about whether
we could potentially see one of their regular race riders run that V4 for the season. And the regulations don't prohibit them from doing that in terms of engines. As long as you don't exceed your engine allocation, you can do that. What's going to stop them, though, competitively racing that V4 rider, Ottawa rims, or most likely it would have been Jack Miller that would have ran it, is that it doesn't, unfortunately, just fit within their aerodynamic. As we see, Pedro Costa having some issues, perhaps with his levers or with his airbag, but either way, something to shock to Costa on his outlap of Misano here. But yeah, completing the Yamaha explanation, you can't just lob a V4 engine inside their current motorcycle because you need to design the aerodynamics package around it. Unfortunately, from Yamaha's point of view, all of their race riders have used up their full quantity of aerodynamic upgrades for the season. So, of course, if they use the aerodynamic package that is aligned with the V4, that would constitute another upgrade, and they're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, you've got to think hindsight's a wonderful thing, but there has to be a little tinge of regret about that, because I mean, they basically, Jack Miller himself put his hand up. Miller put his hand up and said, I would have happily jumped on that V4, not fighting for the championship. It's all eyes on the future as far as Miller's concerned. The rider at Yamaha with the most V4 experience, of course, I think previously ridden for Honda, Ducati and KTM in MotoGP. So I think Jack was a more than willing guinea pig, wasn't he, to lead some on-track developments, on Grand Prix track developments for the V4, but they are prevented from doing so. When you think about it, they've robbed themselves almost of a third of a season of a chance, Lewis, with what, 6 rounds remaining after this weekend to get some vital data. I just do wonder where the engineering group at Iwata might be having a little tinge of regret about that one.
Yeah, they will have a couple more opportunities to race that bike this year. We expect Augusto Fernandez to put in 2 more wildcard appearances. Next to those expected to be the next Grand Prix, of course, Yamaha's home round, and the Mobility Resort Motegi in Japan in 2 weeks' time, and then a further wildcard to come before the season is out. So this won't be the last you see of the V4 competitively this weekend, and of course, you'll see plenty of it on Monday. Of course, our colleague Kiko Giles will be staying here on Monday to bring you plenty of updates across MotoGP.com and social media on testing, where of course that V4 Yamaha is going to be the primary focus.
Yamaha were at pains yesterday to say that this weekend with Fernandez is just nothing more than a data gathering exercise in terms of the V4. Well, they could have had 6 or 7 more Grand Prix data gathering, couldn't they, on that new engine project? Have they had any more error updates available in the rulebook? We just saw there briefly on screens that we're looking back now at another home crowd hero. When we say home Grand Prix for the VR46 Academy boys and Andrea Bastianini, we really are not exaggerating. Andrea, born and bred just down the road in nearby Rimini. Of course, the fabled VR46 ranch in Tavuglia is about a 5-minute drive into the hillsides, close by this Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. We're looking at Luca Marini, who was in the pre-event press conference yesterday, sounding pretty bullish about his prospects. All of a sudden, we're seeing Hondas in the hands of Zarco, Marini and Mir start to pose regular threats, aren't we, for the top 6. Luca Marini got a bit greedy, I think, last time out in Barcelona. They've got up into 5th place after a great fight with Quattararo and Zarco in that battle of who could manage the tie best in that tie-punishing Catalan Grand Prix. He saw Pedro Acosta coming back to him, fading fast on the soft rear tyre on the KTM. That's when he got greedy. He thought, you know what, I can get a 4th here. My best ever Honda result, and in doing so, just overused his own medium rear tyre and eventually slipped back to 8th. But he said yesterday, Lewis, when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference, he feels that if they can qualify inside the top 10, without any question, he can be in that battle once again for the top 6. And he spoke also about this continual progress that Honda have been making behind the scenes. They're not big steps, but every time they seem to bring a new part, they're improving on RC213V. And Luca said yesterday, if we carry on at this rate of development, at this rate of progress, it is not beyond the realms of possibility to think we can seriously start thinking about fighting the podiums in 2026, which is great news.
And of course, from a Honda point of view, they have had podiums this season, but they came in against some slightly unusual circumstances earlier in the season. John Zarco's victory at Le Mans, and that was a weird Grand Prix in some respects, the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. So on pure pace, this would be a major milestone for Honda if they can achieve that. But there's been an awful lot of speculation, an awful lot of reporting done around Andrea Bastianini since we last saw him standing on the podium, of course, in the Catalan Grand Prix, and it's not really regarding him now, it's what's going on within his pit box. We can update on what's going on down there.
Yeah, and can confirm that those reports are true, that Alberto Giugiaro not in an Bastianini side of the box for this Grand Prix, and it seems like that will be the case for the rest of the year. Strong link with him moving across the Pramac Yamaha next year to be top track Razgatlioglu's first ever MotoGP crew chief. So in comes Xavi Palatin, a name that might not be too familiar to everybody at home, but he's got a long history in the paddock, primarily within the Moto3 World Championship. He was actually crew chief to Alex Marquez when he won the Moto3 crown a number of years ago. More recently, he's been heading up the Moto3 project for KTM before when Akiyao stepped in at the helm of KTM. He had a long-standing relationship with him and asked him to move across to the MotoGP effort. He's been almost a technical coordinator down at the Tech Flag Garage, working alongside Sebastian Rita, who we know is the technical director at KTM. So he was the perfect fit for Albi stepping away and moving across to Yamaha. It seems like at the end of the year they decided to part ways early before the end of the season and instead Xavi for the remainder of the season. So we think that was a relationship that would never break. The pair of them had such a bond ever since the mayor stepped into the World Championship with Gresini Ducati. They had and then, of course, they were able to come back together and separating during the main season in the factory Ducati squad. So I think a huge surprise for everybody when that relationship has ended up in divorce halfway through the season.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, and Bastianini in the pre-event press conference yesterday asked him about that split with Giubiola, and he confirmed it. It actually happened throughout the Barcelona weekend, which obviously didn't disturb him too much after he took his first ever KTM Grand Prix podium, at least publicly yesterday, and he was being quite diplomatic about the whole situation. Behind the scenes privately, I've been speaking to a couple of people at Tech 3, and they say he's absolutely seething. He's not happy at all that once again he's splitting with Giubiola, who I think was a big part of the reason why Eneas joined KTM. He knew it was a chance to reunite with his trusted crew chief, and it's quite unusual, isn't it? To, as Jack mentioned, to have rider stroke crew chief have sort of a split at this stage of the season. The knock-on effect, of course, is quite significant, Lewis. I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised as well by the fact that Toprak Razgatlioglu, who's coming over from World Superbikes next year, we're all led to believe he'd be bringing over his very trusted crew chief, who knows him exceptionally well, and Phil Maron, who's been with him at Yamaha and at BMW. That looked like a shoo-in for Maron to make the move over. A familiar face, somebody that Toprak could trust, and they knew each other inside out, but this Giubiola news has really thrown a spanner in the works, and starting on a new bike, a new team, a new paddock, new tyres, you name it, and then a new crew chief. It's going to be tough ride for Toprak. Yeah, well, he's already a tough ask. We move across from the World Superbike Championship to MotoGP, as uber talented as he is. You know, we might have had Rider silly season come to an end a little earlier than perhaps he did last year, but crew chief silly season seems to have sprung into life as we move into September, and because it's the first person you speak to when you come off the bike, it's the last person you speak to before you jump back on it. It's a real team effort, it's a real partnership, it's almost a MotoGP marriage in many respects, rider and crew chief. So yeah, Bastianini having to get used to working with someone new, but Marc Marquez, who we're now looking at, will say that it's not all necessarily a disaster. Gets to change your crew chief. This is, of course, Marc Marquez's third crew chief that he's had to work with in his MotoGP career. Spent so long with Santi Hernandez, a partnership much like Marc Marquez and Honda that we thought would never end. Of course, then worked with Frankie Carcetti in his Gresini stint at Ducati, and of course now such a successful combination with Marco Rigamonti at the factory Ducati squad. So Toprak Razgatlioglu and Enea Bastianini would appear in the next year or so, going to be having to form a new relationship, but it's certainly not necessarily the end of their MotoGP hopes. We have seen mileage recover from that before. The Italians loving life at the moment in Italy's Motorsport Valley here in Misano. We've got an Italian 1, 2, 3 in the very early part of this FP1 session. Marco Bezzecchi is leading the way. Desperate just to turn the page after what was a real bruising Barcelona last time out for Bears, continuing what's been a pretty average run of results at the circuit. The Barcelona Catalunya in the Premier Class. Bezzecchi's found an early 1:31.764. First time in 18 rounds that Bez didn't score a single point, going all the way back to Phillip Island last year. The first time in 30 Grand Prix He ended the weekend with a double DNF. Of course, he was involved in that tangle very early on with Morbidelli at turn 1 in Barcelona, as we're going to see the reigning world champion on the second of the Factory of Brilliance. Jorge Martin get it wrong going into turn 14, but it's a Bez Marini Italian job so far this morning. And we've got another Italian in sixth, and that's the Italian on your screen at the moment, Pecco Bagnaia, who is already stronger at this point than he was at the stage on the Friday in Catalunya a week ago when he was way down at the back of the field. Of course, they've been making all sorts of setup changes to that 63 Ducati over the entire 2025 season, in fairness, to try and bring back that famed front feeling that Pecco Bagnaia has been missing. It kind of feels now as if the major reset needs to be made in Pecco Bagnaia's head, given what we saw. So he's struggling to the extent that he was in Barcelona. Davide Tardozzi, team manager of the Ducati Logo squad, making some pretty forthright comments, it's fair to say, earlier on in the weekend, saying that Bagnaia's got to help us, help him, and as much as we're trying to make changes to his bike, he's also got to try and ride around some of the problems. Well, this today is a very historic day, isn't it? A monumental day, as you mentioned, in the history of Yamaha Motorsports. It's their first time we've seen their brand new V4 engine out on circuit with test rider Augusto Fernandez. Let's get the thoughts from Monster Energy team manager Mario. Who's the jack?
Yeah, absolutely. Huge day for Yamaha, Mayo. What are your emotions like seeing that V4 out on track for the very first time?
Anyway, I think it's a good achievement. Considering that we started just a few months ago to consider whether, let's say, we called it Plan B. And yeah, we're already on track. Luckily, everything has been able to really make steps as we scheduled, and we were also able to anticipate the wildcard, because the wildcard at the end is the best way to really stress the bike in terms of performance for me in the right way. And this is the first one. We won't have any issue, or maybe solve the issue. We will also plan to test in a very hot condition, and in this moment we are really considering putting the wildcard in September, because it's a new project. Unfortunately, even if we said that maybe it's burned in the right way, we didn't have a lot of time on track. And so this is also the reason why we try to gather as much as information as possible. I mean, ready way as possible. And for me, another important day will be Monday, where also the factory the second possibility to ride the bike, because you know, positive last Monday, positive because okay, the weather didn't really assist us, but however we were able to close up the test as we wanted without any issue. Yeah, part of the weather condition. But for me, Monday will be even more important, because we will be in the middle of the group.
Just to confirm the wildcard plans for the rest of the year, then, we understood maybe we'd see Augusto in Motegi, but is that not the plan now? Just talk us through up until the end of the year when we might see back on track again.
No, there is a really high possibility, but it won't be in Motegi, but in Malaysia, and most likely in Valencia. It depends how, okay, this weekend will go, but yeah, the plan is really to go to Malaysia where the conditions are extreme. Difficult, because as I said before, the wildcard is the best way to stress the bike. We had also race in a very hot condition, additional stress, and that's for me, for us, fundamental.
Jack yesterday mentioned he would have been more than happy to have the V4 from now until the end of the year, but that can't happen because of the aerodynamics homologations that you've already been through. Was that a slight error to not leave one open to allow Jack to gather a whole bunch of data in these final 6 rounds?
Yeah, it's correct. We already homologated all the aerodynamics specification, but also the gearbox. So don't worry why we could not do that, but also the resource are not enough. So now we have only these 2 units, and these 2 units need to be used by a wolf to develop the bike.
Just finally, Fabio, Alex, Jack on Monday, were they smiling afterwards?
They already had a little smile last week, so let's see if next Monday they will.
I hope so. Thank you, Maya. Appreciate your time.
Welcome.
Thanks very much, as always, Jack, and thanks to Yamaha boss Maya Merigali. You heard it here first, then. Most likely, the 2 remaining wildcard slots for Augusto Fernandez will be possibly supplying in Malaysia. They're desperate to try and get some mileage in hot and humid conditions where that new V4 engine will really be put to stress and test, and also possibly at the final round in Valencia. So I think a lot of us thought maybe it would be another wild card at the next Grand Prix in Japan, but maybe it's not enough time to sort of pour over the data and crunch numbers, as of course we head there in just a couple of weeks' time. It's Fabio Quartararo. It's making some adjustments inside the factory Yamaha garage at the moment. Quartararo 4th fastest and about to venture back out onto circuit. As my American mentioned, Quartararo did make his debut on the new V4 in Catalonia on Monday, and he will be back on the V4 again here at the post-race test here on Monday, where it's normally like Christmas for MotoGP tech fans. So many new parts are set to be unveiled, of course. Really the final chance for all manufacturers to analyse and assess some new parts before that final test in Valencia. I do believe Jan Zarco let slip yesterday. He was testing some kind of early 2026 RC213V prototype at that Barcelona test on Monday. A nice new shiny bike was wheeled down from the latest Biogross pit box into Zarco. He wasn't offering too much detail, but he was also maybe expecting that bike to rock up here as well for the Monday test. So as you'd expect, HRC also continuing to burn the midnight oil.
Yeah, of course, they're in the luxurious position, both Yamaha and Honda, where they can still continue to test to their heart's content as long as they don't use up their allocation of tyres, which is far greater than, for instance, Ducati here. They have the luxury of course, the concessions mean that Ducati have got no wildcards available to them, whereas Yamaha, of course, can use plenty. Augusto Fernandez still with 2 more of those to go. So 2026 in some respects will almost start on Monday with the first glimpses of what MotoGP may look like in the very near future. And Marc Marquez is already with an eye on 2026 himself. Said yesterday once again in the pre-event press conference and when he spoke to our colleague Elliot York in the broadcaster set that as far as he's concerned, he employs the mentality of a world champion. As soon as the 2025 championship is clinched and secured, the next day is essentially the start of his 2026, and he might also get a bit of a head start on next season, given how soon he's going to win the title.
Which is just what Mark needs. I mean, 2025 has been so average. He really needs a leg up for 2026, doesn't he? Here he is then through turn 14, and this lap of recovery following the 93 on should be the fastest time of day 1 so far here in round 16. He's just got the final corner left, the left-hander, which is the Mazzano corner. That's our second gear through there, just over 110 kilometres an hour, and he didn't disappoint us. We were following Mark on the hottest time of day 1 so far. It's a 1:31.627. Problems here for the V4 now then.
Yes, if you're Yamaha, any small sight of an alarm on the dashboard, you are stopping that bike immediately. And an early hiccup for the V4 powered M1 as the inline 4 is in the fence down in the second sector. Miguel Oliveira has gone down. In fact, at the final corner, yellow's in sector 2 for Augusto Fernandez is stopped Yamaha. The crashed Yamaha of Oliveira has now brought the yellows out in sector 4.
Yeah, Oliveira, we just saw Mark go through. We just talked about this. 115 kilometres an hour. The left-hander front giving round to Oliveira before he had any kind of chance to react. Let's hope Miguel's okay, because he's had his well-documented injury problems throughout 2025. Because we know that Oliveira has been cast adrift by Yamaha
for 2026. If you are a Portuguese fan, if you're a big MOTOGP Oliveira fan, he does have options, just mulling over them right now. He's been strongly linked for the seat alongside Danilo Petrucci in BMW's Factory World Superbike squad. Also being in talks with Aprilia over a test rider role, as we see Yamaha's test rider bring that new V4 to a slow speed stop at the side of the track on the run down to turn 8. That's not coming out of it, certainly not that we could see, but yeah, you often see, particularly in these kind of sessions, when there's some sort of message, some sort of alarm that comes up on the dashboard, the rider will immediately stop the bike to risk doing any further damage. If there's one motorcycle and one engine, the Yamaha don't want to do any lasting damage to it. It's their new V4, so Mr. Fernandez doing the smart thing there. Yeah, well, they said this is all about a data gathering exercise. Of course, that's not the way that they would have wanted to see the V4 stopping on its public debut, but these things that do happen when you're chasing down to the second and when you're trying to develop what is from the ground up a brand new concept for Yamaha. Of course, no guarantee that that is an engine problem that's forced into something else that the motorcycle is forced into park it, but we can get an update from a Honda point of view down in pit lane and rejoin Jen. Yeah, I tell you what, these Honda guys are incredibly busy at the moment. Over recent weeks, as you guys have been saying, we've been talking so much about the new carbon swing arm, the new chassis, the latest Fargo felt was between 3 to 4 pence a lap, new aerodynamics package, new electronics. We can now throw into the mix on Luca Marini and Joe and Mears bikes as across all 4 rounds. To introduce you across all. Unfortunately, it sounds like we've just lost our connection down in pit lane. Jack, we'll try and pick that up as soon as possible. Jack, I think you're teasing us, buddy. You're teasing us. What's going on? You know that I like to play it up a little bit and get everybody excited. Drum roll, please. The new exhaust system on the Honda. There we go. And even some brand new rear aero for Luca Marini as well. So get more parts that Honda are throwing at this RC213V as they continue to find huge improvements. You know, we always give you a drum roll in the commentary box here, Jack. As always, spot on, mate, great information. And yet it feels like, at the moment, there's just an endless supply of parts feeding out of Japan right now to the factory Honda riders in particular. Marini has certainly been putting some of the updates to very good use of late, hasn't he? The Italian, of course, that brilliant double top 5 in Balaton Park, 4th in the sprint, 5th in the Grand Prix, 10th on the grid last time out in Catalonia, and he followed it out with point scoring places in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. So look when he comes to his home track. Full of confidence, on a bit of a high at the moment, crucially builds on this momentum. The Gian Antonio still looking strong as well, in 3rd place, 131.794. He's just looking for 3 clean days across this Grand Prix weekend, Lewis, because if he has a great Friday, he's an average Saturday, and perhaps a not so bad Sunday, and then he's vice versa at the moment. I mean, sprints Saturdays of late for Digi have been A-OK. 2nd in Hungary, 3rd in Barcelona. But if you look at his recent Sunday record, it is absolutely abysmal. In the last 5 Grand Prix, Digi has scored just 1 point. Not all of his own fault, we have to say, of course, with the big mechanical that cost him from the front row in Balaton Park. But Digi just looking for a smooth Sunday finally, because it's gone horribly wrong for him. Because the bike barbecued itself in Austria too, when Gian Antonio was going to score some points on that occasion. But yeah, he's been unlucky, and he was unlucky last weekend too in Barcelona. It was a bit of a chain reaction that set off, ultimately leading to Gian Antonio going down. There was, of course, the contact into turn 1 between Frankie Morbidelli and Marco Bezzecchi, purely a racing incident. Pecco Bagnaia was next rider behind. He had to check up to avoid running into that accident, which then forced Gian Antonio to react as well. And unfortunately, folded his Ducati whilst doing so, so not particularly to Gian Antonio's fault either last weekend. And as you say, Saturday's been very good. Sundays certainly haven't been recently, and Fridays haven't been particularly great for Digia either, because in the last 5, that's 4 Grand Prix, should I say now. We see Jet Antonio in qualifying 1, albeit in the last 2 occasions he did successfully go through. Well, so far so good for Digi because he's 4th fastest. We have a new leader though in this session, and he's bang in form, taking so much confidence from last weekend. Alex, he now leads with a 131.600. Fascinating to see this weekend how the beast is going to fare, because Enea Bastianini lives a stone's throw away from this Mazzano circuit in nearby Rimini. And when we talk about riders who have a love affair with their home round, well, the 27-year-old fits that bill perfectly. 5 at MotoGP stars here in the past. He's been on the box in all 5 into Sunday Grand Prix. Of course, he won here last year in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. That was Ducati's 100th Premier Class victory as well. So a milestone day for the beast. On the KTM this year with growing confidence, you do wonder whether Enea might have a profitable victory here on Sunday. Well, we're just talking really about the Gian Antonio and the Portamino Enduro VR46 racing team. Frankie Mulliday missing the first 10 minutes of this session after being back on the naughty step with the stewards. I wonder what their thoughts are of their home Grand Prix weekend from the boss, Pablo Nieto, who joins you.
Yeah, always a big weekend in Misano for anybody associated with the R46. Pablo, after recent results as well, is there a bit of pressure on this weekend? It feels like a big result on Sunday in particular is needed.
Yeah, it's like this, not that we like to arrive to our home Grand Prix and to have that pressure. That means that everybody is looking at us, and that means that we can make something important. So it's important to try to make something good on Sunday, because we see that on Saturday more or less we have very good results, but now we have to finish on Sunday.
Frankie, yesterday there's talk in the paddock, the few stories that he was called up to speak to the stewards and was basically given a final warning. What was said in that meeting?
Yeah, well, just the morning we was to the stewards to talk about the situation, because last weekend in Barcelona was a little bit hard for him, no, let's say, because now we get the 10 minutes penalty from the marshals, because he take the bike and he went to the track when the marshal said that he cannot go. But sometimes with all the stress and everything, you are under pressure, and that's okay, no? And then we say to the steward that it was correct to make it that session and finish.
Was he told that if there's another on-track incident, then it would be a ride-through penalty, the next penalty?
Yeah, that's a different thing, no? Because also we was talking about all the situation, because he already had one on lap penalty, and Mugello was with Vignales was a little bit under limit, and the steward decided that the next time he will make something, it's going to be a drive-through. So just we have to take a little bit more care in the first part of the race, no? Is when you have more stress, more things to try to make something wrong.
Thanks, Pablo. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to the R46 boss, Pablo Nieto. So, yeah, confirmation of the reports that have been floating around this Mazzano paddock. Yeah, Frankie was put on notice by the FI and MotoGP stewards here yesterday. Now, we've seen enough, and we don't want to see you anymore. Well, certainly want to see you for a few races, if that's all right by you, Frankie. So, the spare Yamaha V4 is fired up for Augusto Fernandez to get back in this session. Seems an appropriate time while we're referencing VR46, and of course what this Mazzano circuit means to Valentino Rossi living so close nearby into Vuglia. Last night there was a very special occasion which the doctor himself attended. A special occasion for all concerned with MotoGP, as we unveiled the new MotoGP Hall of Fame here in nearby Rimini, celebrating champions, their legacy and the future. Riders in attendance last night with 23 MotoGP World Championships, over 300 victories just in the theatre alone. The unveiling of a new Tower of Champions as well. It looked like a very, very special occasion. Hosted, of course, by our good pal down in pit lane, Mr. Appleyard.
Like a posh event, of course, as MotoGP recognises its magnificent history, whilst also, of course, having an eye on the future as it looks to go faster forward, fearless into the future. And I think we pretty much know who's going to be lifting and celebrating with that new Champions Tower in a couple of weeks' time. Mark Marquez, I think Pecco Bagnaia made reference to that and had a little bit of joke when Double Sport CEO Carmelo Espeleta unveiled the new Champions Tower to the active MotoGP World Champions on the grid here this weekend in a private event yesterday. And I think Pecco Bagnaia said words to the effect of, well, I wonder who's going to be winning this one there at the end of this season. It does look spectacular, and yeah, a lovely touch as well to induct Hall of Famers. The criteria that's been set, 25 MotoGP victories, all 2 or more MotoGP World Championships gets you in, and we'll be joined by one of those Hall of Famers a little bit later on today. Yeah, Kevin Schwartz, 1993 MotoGP World Champion, will be with myself and Lewis in the commentary box. I've got to say as well, got to mention it, Jack, he did look very, very dapper. He scrubbed up pretty well, didn't he, the lad, with his dicky bow on. Looking very smart last night, Jack. Well, thank you very much indeed. On birthday, my mum said exactly the same thing as well. She said, oh, I squint at times. You know, normally we see him either in his Dorney uniform or his Bradford City shirt, so he did look very, very dapper last night. Yeah, great occasion for everybody connected to MotoGP. Is Alex versus Mark at the top of this P1 session. Those two have done 13 laps apiece. In this session, Alex has just set his best time. That is one of the shots of the season, isn't it? Beautiful shot of Joan Mir on the factory Honda. One, of course, as Lewis mentioned, active MotoGP World Champions. Did it 5 years ago now, back in 2020. Yeah, the Cavone corner here in Misano, turn 11. One of the few remaining 6-gear corners on the Grand Prix calendar, when the MotoGP riders tipping through there at 285 kilometres an hour. Sort of cement from the boys, that one, doesn't it? Certainly does, and yeah, the corner where we have seen MotoGP victories change hands there over the years. You certainly need some bravery and some skill to launch overtakes into there, but it can be done. Although it's not all a case of top speed around a circuit such as this one. It's certainly tighter and twistier than the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya was last weekend. And you wonder whether that might potentially bring the field a little bit closer together. Of course, it was largely Ducati versus KTM last weekend, with the Marquez brothers ultimately having far too much for the KTM pair of Enea Bastianini and Pedro Acosta. At the moment, it is a Ducati 1-2, a Aprilia 3rd, Bezzecchi, Ducati 4th, the Gian Antonio, Honda 5th, Marini, and Yamaha 6th, Quartararo. Yeah, looking at Marini on screens right now, he spoke yesterday on the pre-event press conference of his satisfaction and how rewarding this experience with HRC had been. Of course, it's nearly 2 years now, November 2023, since Luca first threw his leg over the factory RC213V in that Valencia test, and he said the strides that Honda have made over the last couple of years are night and days. Long gone are the days where all 400 at times were stuck at the wrong end of the timesheets. I think Joan Mir said, didn't he, quite recently, it's time now, this RC213V in its current version is a top 6 motorcycle, no question about it. It's now up for the, well, down to the riders to deliver the performances, which you've had to say at the moment really certainly is. This might be potentially troubling the top 3 here as Luca powers out of the final corner. Over the line he goes. Yeah, he does indeed, yeah, right on cue. 1:31.642, just 400ths away from Alex. So, yeah, home sweet home so far for Luca. From the grid here in MotoGP, going back quite a few years actually to that, of course, when he was a VR46 rider, as we ride on board with one of their current crop, Frankie Morbidelli, and this is now out of Tramonto turn 10, and it is the Fiesta Cavone next. That's how good these guys are. That's how brave these guys are. Perfect time to ride on board with Frankie. It's fast Frankie at the moment as well, because this could be the best time of the morning session here. He tips it into the left-hander turn 16, where we saw Oliveira crash on the Pramac Yamaha a few moments ago. 7th to 1st it is indeed for Morbidelli. A 1:31.342 puts him over a quarter of a second clear then of Alex. Good job that by Frankie. It was a very good time to ride with him through those fast rights of 11, 12 and 13.
Maybe should sit out the first 10 minutes of FP1 more often. It's clearly not held him back too much, has it? In this session, quarter of a second in his advantage over the Marquez brothers. A 1:31.3 for reference, the fastest ever MotoGP lap around this circuit. A 1:30 flat from Pecco Bagnaia last season. We have dry weather, which is fully expected for the rest of this San Marino Grand Prix weekend. Do not at all be surprised to see the first lap of this Lugano circuit under 90 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that the VR46 Academy riders basically live at this Mazzano circuit, I mean, Morbidelli's just in a 1:31.342. Frankie could probably do a 1:32 around here, blindfolded, so a minor inconvenience, I think, wasn't it, to have those 10 minutes taken away from him this morning. It could get better at the moment for VR46 racing, because Didier, on a new soft front tire, as you can see on that graphic, he's making it pay on that GP25. Yeah, we've got a 1-2, we've got a Pertamina Enduro VR46 1-2 right now, so if the boss is watching, I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy. More Morbidelli from the Gian Antonio.
And the other Valentino Rossi is here, or certainly in the area. Not at the circuit just yet. We tend to see him in the afternoon. That's his closest friend and director of the team, Lucio Salucci, watching on and liking what he sees at the moment with VR46 1 and 2. Of course, GP24 at the moment, leading GP25.
The two factory Hondas inside the top 10. Marini fourth is having an excellent start to his home Grand Prix. Jamir just got up into 9th place with a 1:32.065. We've spoken very little about the KTMs who really did shine throughout the Barcelona weekend. Let's find out. Pedro Acosta is in 10th place. Bastianini right now is 13th. That's one place behind his Tech 3 teammate Vinales. Brad Binder 14th. So 10th, 12th, 13th and 14th. So I'm seeing those KTMs stuck around mid-pack at the moment.
Brad Binder here after what was a fast old crash at turn 7 in Barcelona last weekend when he looked on course to put his KTM inside the top 10. Of course, fastest on Friday a week ago with Binder, and unfortunately the problems at the start of qualifying put him on his back foot. He ultimately qualified back on the 4th row. I haven't seen Binder on the front 3 rows of the grid all the way back in Aragon. He's looking to break the VR46 Team 1-2, or it could be a VR46 Academy 1-2-3 here if Bez can get the 16 wide done into brilliant.
Looks clean, it looks really tidy, doesn't it, for the 72. Over the line he goes, a 1:31.675. And from Bez, the busiest rider out on circuit so far this morning has been Binder. The South African has just completed his 20th lap of the session into the final 4 minutes of it. And just for good measure, here comes Mark late on. Shot, he's almost got his knee on the Ducati coming through these, his elbow on the deck rather, coming through these fast right-handers. Turn 14 up and coming up now.
On the same tyres he started the session with, it's not as punishing a circuit this on tyres as the Catalunya circuit was a week ago, which was something much more.
the Jorge Martino view after what happened here last season when we did have that early rain, which really did transform the San Marino Grand Prix to the detriment of Martin, who came into the pits to change bikes, and I think not seconds after he did go pit lane, looked over to his right and realised how wrong he'd got it. Marc Marquez making early progress, which ultimately saw him win the Grand Prix. Yellow flags are out, and that is a second crash for Miguel Oliveira, not a morning that the Pramac Yamaha rider will want to remember. Yeah, that's a bit unusual, isn't it? Because he's not really a guy that's throwing himself down the road too often, is Oliveira. So the crash twice in one session. Yeah, not the way that he wanted to kick off this Misano round at all. As we were mentioning a few moments ago, he does have options on the table for 2026. If he wants to carry on full-time racing, he seems BMW and World Superbikes in their factory team, which is a pretty coveted seat, isn't it? That is on offer for Oliveira. There's also, I think, a pretty dangling a rather big carrot of a test rider role with some wildcard guarantees as well, which I think is also floating Oliveira's boat too. So some pretty big calls to make in the next week or so is what Miguel said. Tough to decide, but I guess at least he has got some pretty tasty options. Yeah, it's going to be tasty. If anyone's after some spare food, there'll be some lunch going around at Pramac in the next couple of hours, because theirs has been well and truly cancelled, because they've got two Yamaha M1s of the inline 4 variety to repair over the course of the next few hours before Miguel Oliveira can take part in practice later on this afternoon. Pedro Costa completes his penultimate lap. He's sixth now in a 1:31.663. Ralph Hernandez has just lifted himself up the order into 8th, and Jorge Martin on his respective Aprilia is now up into 9th place. So we've now got Aprilia's 7th, 8th and 9th. Shot. What a shot that is. Pedro Acosta, the final turn, just shy of 115 kilometres an hour. Just shows how quick that crash was at the start of the session. And for Oliveira, the third gear through there. And just look at him already using that body to move the bike up onto the fat part of the tyre as he gets on the gas. Trying to pick up the traction around this high grip Misano circuit. The heat haze from the exhaust. Beautiful, beautiful work from our slow-mo operators. Look at, as always, a late flurry as far as Quattraro is concerned. A late crash for Morbidelli as well. So Morbidelli looks like he's going to top FP1 here in Misano, but he's essentially going to lead on the floor. He's in sector 3 is Morbidelli, so that might be a rather fast scratch if that is indeed correct. And we haven't seen there the bike being wheeled away. Unfortunately, we can see the rider walking away from it too. But it's through that sequence of right-handers where Morbidelli would appear to have hit the deck. Suspended for 10 minutes, fasted, and crashes. And that feels very Frankie Morbidelli. That feels very, very Frankie Morbidelli, doesn't it? A 1:31.342 then. I don't think he's going to be better by anybody at the end of this session. So Morbidelli will be fastest at the end of FP1. Fabio Quattraro, as you mentioned, did put up a strong late fight with a 1:31.591. It's the right onto the back straight rather than the right at the end of it, fortunately for Frankie Morbidelli, into Tramonto. He goes, and he didn't come out the other side. Turn 10, he hated in Barcelona, didn't he? Last weekend, because he cleaned out Jorge Martin in the sprint at turn 10, then crashed in the Grand Prix at turn 10 in Catalonia. Sick of the sights at the moment of turn 10s wherever he goes on planet Earth, isn't he? Frankie Morbidelli, that's another one for the collection. And I guess the knock-on effects for that, it's not going to impact his weekend too dramatically, because of course the session is over and this session does not count towards qualifying, but that could rob Frankie Morbidelli of the practice start at the end of the session. We've got the practice start session coming up very, very shortly, and it looks like it's a session that Frankie will miss. There's always drama, isn't there? Something's always happening when Frankie Morbidelli's out on circuit. He's going to get the scooter ride back, which is going to rob him of the practice start session. Let's look on the positive, shall we? Let's look at the glass half full. Morbidelli is your fastest rider in FP1 here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. Frankie from Fabio in that session. Morbidelli, Quattraro and the Gian Antonio. Alex and Mark 4th and 5th respectively. Top job by Marini, looking very, very strong once again on the factory Honda. He rounds out your top 6. Ralph Hernandez had a strong finish to that session as well. Took the Trackhouse Aprilia up into 9th place. That actually put him ahead of world champion Jorge Martin. Ayagura, his Trackhouse teammate, who was in the top 6 for just the second time in a Grand Prix in MotoGP in Barcelona on Sunday. Tough start to his first visit to Misano on a MotoGP, about 19th fastest was Agura. That put him ahead of Brad Binder. Augusto Fernandez on the new Yamaha-powered V4, despite some early technical issues. Still found a mid-132, that's a more than respectable lap time. As far as Fernandez is concerned, he outpaced the two LCR Hondas, who had a very poor morning. Zarco 22nd, Chantra 23rd.
Yeah, I think Yamaha, in terms of the stopwatch, won't be too disappointed with that. Of course, they'll want to understand what happened on Augusto Fernandez's first V4 Yamaha that appeared to break down. Hopefully, from their point of view, it's not a terminal engine problem that they can sort of get him back out on that bike, because as we've already heard from Mario Marigali, they haven't got exactly a bottomless pit of V4 powered engines to throw at that bike.
If it was a terminal engine failure, if we saw it was clearly a terminal engine failure, they'll still say it was a mystery electrical fault.
That'll be the official party line.
Exactly. Let's go with a tried and trusted excuse to try and pull the wool over people's eyes. Acosta then ended that session in the 7th, and he did his work late on as well. 18 of 20 saw Acosta up into 7th place as the practice start session then gets underway. Just saw Thurman Alligator leaving pit lane now. He really was under the radar, wasn't he, last weekend in Barcelona? I think we felt like with the low grip conditions, his prowess at managing that rear grip late on, I think a lot of people, I'm sure including Firmin himself, were expecting better than 15th in the Grand Prix. His only point actually on a Sunday since his podium in Austria. Been a bit of a struggle of light, hasn't it, for the rookie?
Just goes to show though how much a weekend can change by a couple of thousandths of a second or so. Aldeguer missed Q2 out of Q1 on Saturday morning 6 days ago by 4 thousandths of a second. Of course, had he been the right side of that, who knows where he might have qualified, and who knows how his weekend might have gone. He missed it. He was 13th on the grid. That put him in the group that saw him take out Marco Bezzecchi in the sprint, and of course, along that penalty that he had to serve as a result of that, not paid to any hopes he had of scoring more than just that solitary point on the Sunday. So just goes to show, and it's going to apply to this afternoon's 1 hour practice session. Thousandths of a second can not only just decide whether you're in Q2 or you're in Q1, but it can totally transform your weekend.
Good start to the weekend as far as Martin is concerned. Here's Mummadai trying to get on the second bike, isn't he? He's in sprinter mode right now, is Frankie, to at least get out on a second bike, which will be prep. You can hear him just fire it up, actually. That's great work by VR46, and Frankie thankfully will then get to participate in this practice start session. I'm just about to reference Martin. That's been a strong start to the weekend for him in 10th place. Now, we kind of expected that because this is one of the few circuits where Martin does have a Aprilia RSGP experience. He came here, of course, in July. It was his first touch of a MotoGP bike since that horrible crash he had in the Qatar Grand Prix. I'm not going to say he immediately came back and was setting lap record pace, but at least he's familiar with the behaviour of the RSGP. He's got some references on that RSGP around this Misano circuit. And he was inside that top 10 once again on Sunday. As soon as he sorts out qualifying news on Aprilia, there's no question his race pace is right up there with the chance to fight for the podium, no question.
Yeah, he said that he had the taste of defensive of the tyres, third or fourth last weekend. But ultimately, a variety of issues for Jorge Martin ensured that that would not happen. 10th in the end, not a bad result at all, given where he qualified. But as you say, he's certainly got the pace to be certainly much higher than that if he can qualify well. So Augusto Fernandez successfully getting his Yamaha off the line. We did see the other bike, which I would assume is the bike that broke down early on in the session that was inside the box. Then you saw all sorts of lights blinking like a Christmas tree on the dashboard of that Yamaha. So the brain trust down there in the Yamaha camp, which essentially is the test team that Augusto Fernandez will be riding with this weekend, already looking to get to the bottom of the problem.
Yeah, definitely a mystery electrical fault, that one. No question. Tell you what, that was an absolute belting start from Acosta. They've got that wheelie control dialed in, that launch control dialed in perfectly on that KTM. Now that front wheel, as he put 300 horsepower through the rear tyre, just did not move, did it off the ground. That's what you need. Just very, very short run down towards a tricky type First couple of corners in Mazzano, there'd been plenty of drama there down the years. That was a very good start as well, wasn't it, by Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha. And you heard it a moment ago when we were riding on board with, I think it was Alex Marquez. He barely got up a couple of gears before he was immediately braking for turn one. Let's get an update from the MOTOGP pit lane.
Yeah, I just went to grab a quick word to find out what they might say to me when I ask what was the issue with that V4 engine, and you'll never guess what, guys. It's one of those electronical problems again, as you get. I mean, I was kind of predicting that, but yeah, that's an electronics issue with the guys in the back of the box continue to huddle around the laptops and the computers to get a full understanding of what happened exactly.
But you know what, you could knock me down with a feather right now, here in the country box. I bet you can hear with me handing over 20 euros to the gentleman to my right. I bet Jack nearly keeled over his shot when he got to the top of that one. Alex Marquez finds the Gresini Ducati away from that mark. Not clean at all. The front wheel was pretty quickly in the air as the second practice start gets completed then for Augusto Fernandez. Here's another couple of KTMs on the grid. We saw him Costa on the left-hand side there. Absolutely nailed his previous practice start. That sideshow there just giving indication just how low now these Monday MotoGP bikes sit with the whole shot devices engaged. Beautiful shot. What a shot this is. Almost like we're riding on board there, isn't it? And with the KTMs as they fire away from the grid. Another good launch that by Pedro Acosta. Start because you can just see how much he's just using his own body weight. He's sort of like hunched over the fuel tank on that factory Yamaha, just trying to physically himself help keep some weight on that front tyre, make sure that there's not too much wheelie as he powers off the line. Looking at now Alex Rins and Marco Bezzecchi complete their practice start session. Again, just look how low that Aprilia was sitting from our rear-facing camera towards Bez. And what is 2 or 3 seconds before he's grabbing a handful of front brake. Not necessarily turn one is the issue, it's that turn two that the left-hander, that tight left-hander where the field does really bunch up, where we've seen a lot of drama and chaos down the years. Fabio Gianantonio, well, his hopes of a normal and clean weekend so far have gone well. This is Frankie Morbidelli, of course, on the opposite side of the garage, who's... It's been another roller coaster session, hasn't it, as far as Frankie's concerned. A 10-minute suspension to start. A very impressive 1:31.342 to top the session. And to finish it all off, there's this late tip-off at turn 10 through Tremonti. It's such a tricky corner there. Your mind's already sort of halfway up the back straight up towards Cavone. Such an easy corner to get wrong as you are braking on the angle. And Frankie Morbidelli, of course, had to, I guess, thank one of the fastest scooter riders in Misano to get him back to the pits in time for that practice start. Here's Raul Fernandez, who was 9th quickest in that morning session, part of that trio of Aprilias who were just at the bottom end of the top 10. As Raul Fernandez looks to get himself back into the top 10, which we haven't seen him in now since that weekend in Austria where he qualified 9th and ended up finishing in that 9th place. Yeah, he was struggling with a brake issue, he said, last weekend in Barcelona, did not allow him to ride constant, allow him to be consistent on the RSGP. What about Pecco Bagnaia? I'm struggling to recall the last time Bagnaia came to Misano, his beloved home round, speaking to the media on Thursday and saying the objective is top 5. Rather modest expectations for a rider who normally comes to Misano, almost demanding himself, fully expecting himself to be firmly in the battle for the victory. John Zarco's a pretty rough start, it's fair to say, to this San Marino Grand Prix weekend. Zarco 22nd fastest on the LTR Honda, 1.5 seconds behind Frankie Morbidelli. compared to the top Honda, he's about 1.3 seconds back. That is Zarco. I think he's talked to himself, Lewis. We know how hard he's pushing on that LCR Honda. We know he's giving his all, but I think even by his own admission, he's tipping off it a few too many times at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of, you can see Miguel Oliveira damages to both sides of his leathers there, both the right and the left arm, well and truly scuffed up. Certainly not a morning that Miguel Oliveira will look back on fondly. He left one Yamaha in the fence at turn 16 before crashing slightly further on. This is the first of his crashes then into the Mazzano corner. Turn 16, this was shortly after Augusto Fernandez's V4 powered biker broke down, and it's a fast old corner there, and perhaps that wall coming at you a little bit faster than you'd like, and of course he'd returned on his second Yamaha before crashing that one too.
You're happy to see Miguel's looking A-OK, because there's been at times the last 2 or 3 years through no fault of his own where he hasn't bounced particularly well. That hasn't Oliveira. So for the time being, Frankie can relax because he has set at the fastest time here in FP1 in Mazzano. Mark did make some of the early running in that session. His best work at 131.611. We know there was no fresh rubber fitted to the factory Ducati. We saw the new Yamaha V4 out on circuit for the first time. The current inline four-cylinder Yamaha powered M1 was very rapid, as it always is, in the hands of Fabio Quartararo, who was second fastest. For Frankie Morbidelli, who ended the session with a crash at turn 10.
Poor morning for Frankie, but he did end it fastest from Fabio Quartararo. Fabio Di Gianantonio in third, completing a good morning for VR46, at least on the timesheets. The Marquez brothers fourth and fifth, Alex ahead of Mark. Luca Brini, top Honda sixth, from Pedro Acosta, top KTM seventh, top Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi eighth, ahead of Ralph Fernandez, Jorge Martin, and Pecco Bagnaia 11th. Near 12 from Miller Oliveira, who of course, as we saw, crashed twice. And then Bastianini, Fermin Aldeguer, and Maverick Vinales. Alex Rins 18th, ahead of Igor Brad Binder 20th. Augusto Fernandez, with those issues early on the first of his Yamahas, did at least finish 21st, and with only 1.1 seconds off the pace.
Well, we'll get the lap by lap answer. Of course, Morbidelli's run one started 10 minutes later than everybody else's, but once he was out on circuit here, Mazzano, he was fast, and at the front to 131.342 has put Frankie top of the pile
For the entire session on a single set of tyres. Fabio Quartararo did put in a brand new soft front tyre for his final run, which would explain in part why he jumped up into second place, though did the entire session on the same medium rear tyre.
Good morning for VR46, first and third. The best second best runner in that session was Fabio Di Gianantonio. Quickly down into the high 131s on the opening run, wasn't he, did you? And then he ended it with a mid at 131. He was also out on a new soft front at the back end of the session.
Well, we know that Marc Marquez did the entire session on a single set of tyres. Alex Marquez did do this the entire session on one medium rear tyre. As you saw there at the start of run 2, he did put in a brand new soft front tyre, which enabled him to get down to a 131.6. Alex Marquez ends the morning in 4th place. 4th and 5th, ultimately, for the Marquez brothers.
We'll get a little bit of a check then now on our sector times to see who was hot and who wasn't in the 4 splits. Fabio Di Gianantonio takes sector 1 close between himself, Marini and Morbidelli.
Not a lot going on in sector 2, it's just a run down to turn 8 and out of it, but it was Jorge Martin top through there.
Who's braved through Cavone, that rapid turn 11. It's Marini, Morbidelli and Bezzecchi with a bit of track knowledge working in that 3rd split.
Yeah, the VR46 Academy trio. Marc Marquez, though, through the predominantly left-handed final sector, though, with half a tenth over the VR46 duo.
So Frankie Morbidelli starts his home Grand Prix here in San Marino suspended from the first 10 minutes of the session. He then fired in the best time of FP1 before there was a late crash. It was very much a Frankie Morbidelli session, wasn't it? The Brazilian, though, will lead the field into this afternoon's practice action, as we will find out who'll be booking those direct spots into Q2. Good afternoon, everybody. Uneventful afternoon it's already been, both on track and in the commentary box. Perhaps the biggest damage done so far on this Friday, which has seen its first year of crashes, is to the commentary box chair to my right, which is missing a pretty sizable panel, sending the bill to Mr. K. Giles for that one. But Moto 2 will continue, despite the drama, where we're sat, with pre-practice, or practice 2, should I say, still to come, after pre-practice 1 earlier on today. The pre-practice 1 session was topped by the Moto 2 World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez. Although that is his customary Friday form, it has to be said, particularly first thing on a Friday morning, he generally tops the first session of the weekend. Today was no exception. This is the session where it all truly counts. This is the session where Q2 places are on the line. Slip up here. You find yourself in a world of trouble when we go qualifying tomorrow afternoon. Sunny San Marino for our Friday afternoon's entertainment. Weather was absolutely miserable when we arrived here 48 hours or so ago. Grey skies, rain falling. That fortunately has moved away. And apart from sunny forecast, potentially for Sunday, we're not expecting any further rain until that point at the earliest. Manny Gonzalez will certainly be glad to hear that news after topping this morning's free practice 1 session. Just a smidge away from the old-time lap record set here last year. Jake Dixon second, continuing his recent upturn in form. Diogo Moreira, strong start for him in third. Celestino Vietti, twice a former pole sitter here, in fourth. Courageous Grand Prix winner Danny Holgado, Frank Guevara, Barry Baltus all inside the top 8. Marcus Ramirez 9th ahead of the slightly injured, I think that's perhaps a mild way of putting it, Aaron Canet, after the crash out of Barcelona last weekend. A few of the big names slightly down the order. Coming Alonso, as always, a little bit of a slow burner through Moto 2 weekend, although he does generally get there by the time we get to the business end of Sunday. He was 18th earlier on today. Joe Roberts, he was 1 place further back in 19th place. Perhaps the biggest name out of position at the end of free practice 1 this morning, as you just saw. 30th place, no lap time set, was Colin Vaya, who was supposed to on the front row a week ago in Barcelona. And has already put himself slightly behind the 8 ball here this weekend after a crash at turn 12. First thing this morning. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you for Moto 2 practice. 40 minutes to decide 40 names that will go through straight to qualifying 2. And as always, so relaxed. Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, off to a flyer. Although that is generally what we come to expect from Manu Gas on a Friday morning. Yeah, it's his default setting in 2025. Start the weekend off strong and look pretty unflappable no matter what circumstance you find yourself in. It's a pretty good situation for Manu Gonzalez after a very strong start to the day. Less so potentially for this rider here. David Alonso, the victor 2 races ago back in Hungary. And one of the sort of quiet stars, I think you could say, of Barcelona 1 week ago when he made a fairly heroic comeback from so deep on the grid. Managed to gain a quite ridiculous 17 places from 25th on the grid to finish in 8th. And as Lewis said, a bit of a slow starter earlier today, but I think this session should be more of a gauge, a clear gauge for where Alonso is currently at. And it's going to be pretty much an FP1 for Colin Vare, even though we've already had the first session of the weekend. Dutchman crashed in the very early stages of today, and you can see just under his right eye there, it looks as though Colin has had, is that maybe a consequence of some gravel potentially coming up into his helmet? I'm not too sure, but the Dutchman had to sit out, unfortunately, pretty much all of the first session of the weekend, and we'll be starting afresh here. Well, we did see in the immediate aftermath of the crash, his visor was hanging off, so yeah, potentially a stone or something has made its way through the visor. Fortunately didn't hit Colin in the eye, just hit him below the eye, but already carrying some war wounds through this weekend. We've certainly seen Vaya in the best form of his Moto2 career in recent rounds, so one would expect it's going to take a little bit more than that to throw him off his stride. What about Harry Canet then, who Certainly doesn't look as if he's feeling any pain at the moment. Looks as calm and contemplative as he usually is before a Moto2 session gets underway. Crashed out of the Catalan Grand Prix, continuing on has been a bit of a summer slump for the 44. It's 5 Grand Prix now since we last saw him on a podium, and none of the results since then have even been a top 5. 6th in Hungary is his best result since the summer break. And that is why Aaron Canet comes in, only with a quite literal pain in the neck, but also with a 38-point championship deficit to close down. Yeah, 16 points from the last available 100 for Canet. That's just not good enough at this crunch point of the season. He really needs to get his act together if he wants to win his first World Championship in 2 months' time. Just saw Danny Holgado looking on. He was another strong starter to the weekend here. Holgado was impressive in 6th this morning. And Jake Dixon, I think, will be very content with how his weekend got underway. 96. A very competitive second, and had a really strong second half of the session. Challenging Manny Gonzalez, Diogo Moreira consistently for the fastest time. Dixon looking pretty content in the gut box as well. It was a mixed morning for American racing earlier on today. They've got 3 riders out there this weekend, with the additional wildcard of Alberto Sura also in action. Sura on the Andipa ART machine. The ART in that team name does stand for American Racing Team. Had an early spill this morning. Marcos Ramirez was up inside the top 10 for virtually the entire session. Joe Roberts found himself somewhere in the middle of all of that. 19th place for him and 1.1 seconds off the pace. Ethan Guevara was another standout name on the Sunday in Barcelona and carried some of that form here this weekend. Guevara 7th quickest this morning, one of 3 Boscoscuros up inside the top 7. And certainly showcased his defensive skills a week ago with the World Championship leader breathing down his neck. Yeah, you know, certainly did. It was a good performance from Guevara, who finished 5th, as you said, Lewis, and he's now looking to kick on and start getting podium finishes in his final part of the year. Diogo Moreira looks very deep in contemplation just ahead of this session getting underway. It is a crucial weekend for the Brazilian, who cannot put another foot wrong in the next couple of weeks coming up. Finds himself 42 points in arrears of Manny Gonzalez in the championship. But Moreira was very quickly in the zone this morning. One of maybe a handful of names that looked like early favourites. Maybe a bit early to be judging that in the weekend so far. Perhaps we could put this rider in there as well, Lewis. Federagius, who certainly expected to have left the Catalan Grand Prix with some points, let alone a podium. That's what we were expecting from him. Certainly when we came off the air on Friday afternoon, we'd noticed in the session how strong his race pace had been. That was backed up by the lap-by-lap analysis, but no real signs of that showing up in the race itself. They're just looking for, I guess, a turnaround in fortunes as much as his competitiveness. His pace hasn't really been a problem in recent Grand Prix. It's just completing a clean weekend. Albert Arenas will be looking for much the same this weekend. After qualifying very well on the Saturday afternoon in Barcelona, that was about where the good news ended from Albert's point of view. He was one of that group of riders that were given a 9th-place grid penalty, which dumped him way down the grid to 13th place, and then issues with the bike, which he said were down to human error in the Grassini box, which left him without a motorcycle in which he could fully challenge and fight with. As a result of that, Arenas, like Aegis, scored nothing last weekend in the Catalan Grand Prix, and I guess when a problem is occurring that is outside of your control, there's no good time for that to happen, but when you're scrambling just to secure a place on the grid for 2026, certainly the worst possible timing from Arenas' point of view. Yeah, most certainly was. Disappointing for Arenas at his home round. He normally goes well at the start of Barcelona Catalunya as well. We just saw Philip Salat on our screens. Good to see the Czech rider back in amongst it here this weekend after it was a really frightening collision at the first turn. The Catalan Grand Prix, a couple of laps in, and well, it wasn't so much the collision that was a real cause for concern, but basically he got caught up with his bike just afterwards, which caused a lot of us to look away from our screens when we saw that, but thankfully that was more or less good to go and okay. Just a couple of hours after the race itself, so He is back on track here this weekend. Understandable that he was maybe a little down this morning, down in 16th. But as we said, early stages of the weekend. And I have to say that it was extremely competitive. In this morning's session, we were pretty much on all-time lap record pace right from the off in FP1. We didn't quite break the all-time lap record set by Aaron Kinnett here 1 year ago, but we were within a couple of hundred seconds of that time and that record. So I'm pretty sure, Lewis, that it will go in this session.
Yeah, we are running slightly softer tyres here this weekend than we have previously in Moto2. We do see the return of the super soft rear tyre here this weekend, although it's a slight development of the SDX that we saw earlier in the year in the E125 soft tyre, which is essentially the harder of the two rear tyre combinations this weekend, soft and super soft. In action here this weekend, which is inevitably going to see lap times slightly lower than we have had in previous Grand Prix, but as Neil mentioned, we were nearly inside that record pace by the end of pre-practice one, just 400ths of a second between Manu Gonzalez and the current, stress current, because it's not going to stay that way for long, all-time lap record held by Aaron Kinnett. Pole position for the San Marino Grand Prix last year. 40 minutes of this practice session coming up, and it's within 90 seconds. Gone pear-shaped for Tony Arbolino. I think he's at turn 4 there, isn't he, on his outlap, but whatever's gone wrong, Arbolino is now immediately on his back foot. It didn't appear as if there was some obvious damage to the bike, so has there been some sort of early mechanical drama for the Boscoscura?
Marshall's pointing Tony Arbolino to get onto the service road. Hopefully he can get his machine picked up from there, but not an ideal way to get his practice session underway. So Arbolino has been in doldrums of late. You know that his time in that team is fairly limited, and he's coming here on the back of just an absolute shocker of a weekend in Barcelona. Completely disastrous from, well, Saturday morning right the way through to Sunday afternoon. Arbolino, no points on the board 1 week ago, and 20th place, really just so far below what we know Tony Arbolino can do. We can do is what we saw at this track here 1 year ago in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. We had 2 Grand Prix at this venue in 2024. The second of those, Arbolino was in absolutely fine form. Within what, 3 corners of his first victory of the season? Didn't quite arrive, and there is confirmation that it is a technical issue which has Arbolino stopped at this early stage.
Yeah, he made it through 3 corners. Of course, the pit lane exit feeds you into turn 3 essentially. It sort of takes you around the outside of turns 1 and 2 and then feeds you up to the outside of 3. So he basically got to the point where he was releasing the pit limiter. And obviously he didn't get the feedback he needed or wanted from his Triumph-powered Boscoscuro machine. So after we came into this session with Colin Vire, with no laps next to his name, Tony Arbolino might be about to do the same in reverse. We have a relatively strong first session this morning. Arbolino was inside the top 14 this morning, with potentially nothing to speak of this afternoon. And this, of course, is the session where we decide Q1 and Q2 places. So the worst moment in the weekend for Arbolino to encounter problems. Let's figure out first lap times on the board then. We're expecting lap times firmly into the low 35s, if not 34s, by the end of this session. David Alonso's tucked in an early 136.357. And from Alonso's point of view, that's around about 0.3 of a second shy of what he did earlier on today. There were an awful lot of laps getting cancelled earlier on today. Incidentally, if you're it's Dixon now by a quarter of a second from East Bankavara, and the best part of half a second back to Baltus and Van den Goorberg, 3rd and 4th at the moment. I haven't seen anything particularly representative yet from the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who was laid out of the pits at the start of the session. He's in 13th spot at the moment.
Yeah, just jumped up into 7th as Gonzalez, so no drama from him at the start of this session. You can see this is quite a fast and competitive little group here. Aegis and Alonso vying for position on track, but good stuff that from Dixon early on. We were saying earlier today during FP1 that this has not really historically been a great track for the Brit. He was 5th here in the first race that we had here last year, the San Marino GP, and then he crashed out of the second race, and that kind of started a bit of the bike during the Hungarian obviously helped him out in the last 2 races. Feel that if he can be fast here and in the podium fight, then that will really bode well for his late attack in the flyways.
Oscar has had 1, 2 of the last 4 Grand Prix here. Igora, on his way to the World Championship last year, won the San Marino Grand Prix, and 2 years prior to that we saw the fairy tale first victory for Alonso Lopez on board the Boscoscuro as he belatedly, I guess, launched his Moto2 career, having joined partway through that season. Lopez arrives here to a circuit which of course does carry those strong memories on the back of the best dry result of 2025 last time out in Barcelona. We have seen Lopez on the podium, of course, this season. Back in Austin, that was a rain-affected Grand Prix, but we haven't seen him achieve a dry result on the level of Catalonia all season. 7th place for Alonso Lopez. So finally some green shoots of recovery for him as he gets set to move to a team not too far from here, the Grassini squad in Moto2 next year.
Wasn't sure if we were going to go on board with Diogo Moreira for a lap, but it was a brief view of his rear end as he comes out of the final turn. Another strong start to a session for Diogo. People can tell that he is very much up for it this weekend, judging by what we've seen so far this Friday. A little more interested in the number 44. You can see his current time on the bottom of your screen. We'll go on board with him right now as he comes around turn 14, the Cano corner, into this fast left turn 15. Canet has come agonisingly close to victory here on a couple of occasions in previous years. We mentioned earlier the fact that Celestino Vietti beat him out of that final turn in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix last year as Canet goes up into second. Also seem to recall it missing a gear coming out of the final turn when he was fighting for the podium back in 2021. So he's consistently been up there as Canet, but never quite managed to get the job done on Italian soil. But slots into second, and this is shaping up to be quite an interesting fight this weekend, Lewis, because all of the big hitters in the championship, the likes of Canet, Moreira, Gonzalez this morning, even Vietti and Dixon and Baltus, are also looking quite strong. So, I mean, this is what we want to see. We want to see the big hitters in the championship trade blows. Haven't seen so much of it this year, to be fair. And potentially, Sunday could be a chance for us to witness that.
Yeah, and it's not a Grand Prix that we're expecting to be quite as critical from a tyre management point of view as we saw in Barcelona. Which is part of the reason why Pirelli have been able to go a little more aggressive on the tyre, particularly in the rear tyre for this weekend, bringing the super soft. Barcelona last weekend, one of the most punishing for the Pirellis, with relatively low grip and playing a lot of long corners as well, where you really are trying to manage the spin. This particular circuit, the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, much drippier and much less severe on the tyres. It's more about generating the temperature early on, as we can see crashes into corners such as turn 15. A few left-handers in the second half of this lap. But it's a Grand Prix where you're much more inclined to push from start to finish rather than have thoughts of any kind of tyre management. And considering Diogo Moreira's words of last weekend when he expected to really struggle in a race where tyre management was so key, I certainly feel a Grand Prix, both the circuit and the characteristics of the race on Sunday, are likely to bring Moreira much more into play than we saw at any stage in Barcelona.
I think that is a fair comment. Just looking at some of the times that the riders out on track are putting in at the moment, midway through a bit of a longer run, 7 or 8 laps in to this longer run, and it seems that if you want to be super competitive here, lapping in the mid 1 minute 35s is going to be a fairly competitive pace, at least in the early stages of the race. We're seeing several names do that, and certainly AGS actually doing better than that, down into the low 1 minute 35s just there. So saw Connect around about the mid 35s, as we did with David Alonso and Manny Gonzalez. So early signs for those 4 riders that I've just mentioned are pretty good in this session.
Yeah, for a bit of a comparison, we've got Holgado at the moment doing it at 35.6. Dixon was on a 35.5 last round, connected at 35.4, Moreira at 35.5, and Manu Gonzalez at 35.6. So not a lot to choose between them, as they're all out on track at the same time. Of course, these lap times could still decide who goes through the Q2, depending on what happens later on.
But this is the sort of homework being done ahead of Sunday's 22-lap San Marino Grand Prix to come. Let's take some goes across the line this time on a 1:35.4. Good luck coming in here from Gonzalez, who could go to lift himself up from his current 6th place. He's right aboard with him now through that challenging turn 15. We've seen many a race victory, won and lost through there. Pekka Bagnaia will tell you all about that from 2021, where not only did he lose the race, but he lost the World Championship to Fabio Quartararo. Gonzalez set to improve, and improve he does, down to a 1:35.237. It is now intact 2 and 3. Really good, strong stuff this from Gonzalez. Strong stuff this as well from Aegis. You feel he's coming here with a bit of a point to prove after a disastrous weekend, or a disastrous Sunday, sorry, I should say, in Barcelona. Before that, it was by no means disastrous. Had a pretty good qualifying and showed really good speed on the Friday, but it did not come together at all on the Sunday for the Australian. Qualified 8th, ended up in 18th after suffering from a real lack of rear grip in the second part of the race, and just fell way down the order. But looking pretty good here at the moment is Aegis, sitting in 2nd position. Sitting in his chair at the moment, and 15th overall is Danny Munoz for Red Bull KTM IO. Gotta be honest, Neil, after taking your first Grand Prix podium, surely someone's gotta be forking up the cash to sponsor his crash on it, surely. Exactly. Although, to be fair, from a commentary point of view, I love it. It's so easy to differentiate both himself and his teammate Colin Vair, so I'm not necessarily against it. It is certainly distinctive, but yeah, you would think by now he would maybe have 1 or 2 stickers on there just to show that he's riding at the World Championship, and you know, there's lots of young Spanish companies that want to be part of his journey. It's usually part of a Grand Prix rider's life and procedure, isn't it? If they're in part firm after a Grand Prix, they've got the crash helmet, they're showing off all the sponsors, they've got the energy drink water bottle that they hold, they've got the sunglasses on the cap, they've got all sorts of various obligations to fulfill. Whereas all Danny Munoz had to worry about was which camera to smile at, and the trophy to lift after a Grand Prix result, which I wouldn't say completely put him on the radar of Moto2 teams, because I think they were all already well aware of just how good a rider he was, but the result to back that up, and I did just enjoy just the innocence of, I can't quite believe I'm here, from Danny Munoz after taking a result such as that. I don't think it was surprising us the way he'd gone through that weekend, but there was a bit of a pinch myself moment for Danny when he stood in part by man on the podium. Yeah, I mean, I must say, I could sit here and say, oh yeah, I was expecting it after looking at his speed through the weekend, but it's one thing having decent pace on a Friday afternoon, but then to go out and ride like he did was really quite remarkable, and a real coming-of-age ride, you feel, for Danny Munoz at the World Championship level. You've certainly seen potential for him when he stood in as a replacement rider in the past, and he's by no means disgraced himself in previous appearances, such with Denis Sonju, but the manner in which he really took the fight to Jake Dixon in that fight for second was really, really impressive for such a young rider. And what I liked, when we went to speak to him after the race, he apologised beforehand. I'm really sorry for my English. And then went on to speak in very, very acceptable English. So he's modest to boot as well, which I certainly liked about him. Yeah, had already scored points in Aragon and in Austria already this season. So it was certainly the best results and best performances seen from him, but it certainly wasn't the only quite impressive ride from Danny Munoz so far this year, and we are expecting him to be a full-time Moto2 rider. We're expecting him actually to be on this bike that we're riding on board with next year, with the likelihood that Diogo Moreira is going to be an LCR Honda MotoGP rider next season. That is certainly the way the wind appears to be blowing. And in terms of likely replacements, it does appear as if the rider at the top of the Italtrans shopping list is Danny Munoz, to slot it alongside Adrian Huertas next year. Yeah, it sounded like they were keen on Barry Baltus, but Baltus decided to stay with Fantic. Sounds like Sergio Garcia was actually another very, very strong contender for that Italtrans seat. And I think it's out. Oh, someone's gone down, as we can hear in our headsets. You might be able to hear at home as well. Yellow flags are out in sector number 3. And we wait anxiously to see exactly what happened. But yeah, it looks as though Munoz will be going to Italtrans next year. It is Baltus, just as I mentioned. his name, so let's hope that the Belgian is okay.
It didn't sound like a fast crash in our headsets, and it's, by the looks of it, quite a slow one. That's a Tramonto at turn 10. He's just wheeling his bike into the long lap penalty loop there. Marabaltas, who currently sits in 9th place. This is the crash that he suffered. We did see Frankie Morbidelli go down here in the MotoGP session earlier on this morning. It looked like the rear came round on him there, as he was trying to gently feed the power in to fire back down the back straight up towards Cavone. Some slight damage, you can see one of the brake protectors lying on the racetrack, and that is Jake Dixon, who's also gone down. Dixon down at the final corner, turn 16, so your current session leader, it might be just as well that he's put in a 1:35.068, because he's gone down, and here's how he did it.
Sounded like just the first touch of throttle there, as he was coming through turn 16, the final turn on the track, and the front just gave away. So, bit of a strange one, that. You just see Lacuna Castro saying there to Graham, the Olin's technician, that maybe the front was pushing after the touch of throttle there. So, current number 1 in this session is looking down the barrel of 10 or 15 anxious minutes as he tries to get, firstly, his bike back to the Mark VDS box, and then back repaired and ready to go on track again. But as you said, Lewis, a 35.0, considering the current lap record is a 34.93, perhaps Dixon has already done enough to get a spot inside the top 14 come the end of this session.
Yeah, what he might particularly lose out on is the extra homework that he can do this afternoon to get himself ready for the race on Sunday, as Munoz now moves himself up into the top 14, just ahead of Ivan Ortola. And while we're mentioning the Spaniard's name, it's going to be Ortola. We did have some news during the lunch break regarding that MSI squad for next season. It's news that will surprise precisely none of you, but it is worth officially confirming it anyway. The Senere just tries to keep himself out of the way and to make the mistake in the final corner. We now know officially the MSI lineup for Moto 2 next season. The Moto 3 lineup may have to wait a little longer, because that might well be dependent on which riders are eligible through Rebel Rookies and Junior GP. But Angel Piqueras, their current Moto 3 championship contender, will be moving up to join Ivan Ortola in what, on paper at least, looks like a pretty tasty Moto 2 lineup for next season.
Yeah, decent Moto 2 lineup, and being honest, I thought that was confirmed like back before the summer break. I think
Look at his red, didn't we?
I think it was around Aragon time when obviously things went a little bit south with Sergio Garcia, that we heard that Piqueras would be stepping up with that squad next year. Remains to be seen whether it will be with Norman Rank, who's currently spannering for Unai Oradre, ex-Ayagura crew chief, of course, and highly successful in that. He went on to win the World Championship in his first year with that team, with the Boscoscuro chassis as well. Pick up any kind of evidence of what we can, what Jake is saying to his team, but I think he's swiftly away to change his leathers to make sure he's ready. Get back whenever his bike is ready.
It's now to 11th place, 35.5 for him. Celestino Vietti going very quickly at the moment too, halfway around his lap, so we'll keep an eye on his progress as we now pick up Antonio Fuertes. Of course, hasn't always had the luxury of knowing the circuit he's racing at before he turns up, but he does here. Fuertes a double winner on his way to the World Supersport Championship here last year, and Fuertes is making himself a bit of a reputation as a bit of a first lap specialist. He's made some enormous lap 1 gains in recent Grand Prix, as Celestino Vietti now takes top spot and does set a new all-time lap record on a 1:34.916. There is Fuertes just through the picture. In the last few Grand Prix, Brunel he gained 5 places on that one, Austria he gained 9, Hungary he gained 8. Of course, that moved him all the way up into 4th place on the first lap. In Barcelona last time out, he gained another 8 places for the in the rough and tumble of opening laps in Moto 2. Fuertes, particularly at home, the big challenge for him now is to try and put that particular strength to good use from slightly further up the grid.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is a graduate, of course, of the World Supersport 300 class, and, well, you have to get your elbows out pretty much every single corner in that series. It's a decent bedding in for some riders, as Manu Gonzalez has obviously proved as well, former champion in that category. So there have been signs of it, hasn't there, that Huertas is starting to find his feet after a tricky mid-season spell when he came back from that collarbone injury he sustained in Le Mans. Really was in the doldrums for quite a few races. I think there was a 6-race run where he went without scoring points, and a double former world champion, that must feel like an absolute day and age. But yep, really, I think since Hungary, when we had the strongest performance of the season and more progress in Barcelona after a bad qualifying, then yeah, we are starting to see some signs of life for the number 99, and reason why Italtrans put so much faith in him to stay in 2026.
It's essentially challenges coming up for him in the next few Grand Prix, of course. We've got circuits coming up that he will not be particularly familiar with. In terms of taking next up in a couple of weeks' time before we head straight on to the Mandalika circuit in Indonesia for another pair of Grand Prix on the other side of the world. Phillip Island in Australia, which although the World Superbike Championship has been to, won't be a circuit that Huertas has had the luxury of riding around on a Supersport bike, of course. The Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia too will be brand new to Adrian. So 14 minutes of this session to go, and as mentioned, we do now have a new all-time record holder. It is Celestino Vietti. When Celestino's up there on a Friday, then generally you need to take his challenge very, very seriously. This is a circuit, as mentioned, that Vietti has a pretty strong record at. Winner of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix last year, and pole sitter in 2022 and 2023. Vietti, whose qualifying record this season, oh, way sugarcoating it, it's a poor one. Only one front row start this season, that was all the way back in Buriram, round 1 of the season. But around a circuit that is a VR46 Academy graduate, Celestino will know this better than anyone else in this Moto2 class, and he's certainly putting that track knowledge to pretty good use today.
Yeah, he most certainly is. Won last year's race, and back in 2023, Pedro Acosta very honest for the majority of that Grand Prix. Is that my friend and colleague Gareth Harford there from Golden Goose? I think it was. Quick shout out to Gareth, who's obviously bearing these high afternoon temperatures, and the sun, which is very, very strong, even at this advanced stage in September, here on the east coast of Italy. We are expecting to have conditions similar to this all 3 days, I believe. And this practice session so far giving us a decent indication of where everyone is at. One thing I'm quite eager to find out is just what stage of that run did Vietti set the new lap record on, because he set 13 laps currently, and that was set on the 11th of them. If that was 11 laps in, then I think everyone else is going to be thinking, goodness, we have a bit of a job on our hands trying to keep him under wraps on Sunday. But I'm not sure if maybe he just pitted before that.
Well, we have seen, of course, in previous Grand Prix here, fastest lap set right at the end of proceedings, as briefly alluded to earlier on. It's not the kind of circuit here where you are going to see that savage tyre drop that we saw in Barcelona, where there were already comments, and so Colin Byers trying to keep himself calm and just say, you know, it will come. He is playing catch-up in this weekend, so don't expect too much from him early on. But yeah, the school of thought was last weekend in Barcelona that the tyres had maybe 1 or 2 good qualifying laps in them before they really fall off the edge of the cliff. In the San Marino Grand Prix here last year, Alonso Lopez, he set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on lap 8 of the Grand Prix. The Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, our second Grand Prix last year, was on lap 4. Celestino Vietti set the fastest lap for the race, but deep into the Grand Prix they were still doing very competitive lap times. The fastest lap was a 35.4, they were still doing 35s on the final lap here, so there isn't a particularly steep drop in terms of tyre performance, so perhaps does lend itself to being able to set fast lap times further into a run than we would normally come to expect in Moto2, but there are some laps on that tyre. 134.916 is an impressive lap, whatever way you cut it, from Celestino Vietti.
Yeah, there's no question that the riders in the VR46 Academy are just so accustomed to riding around this Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli.
And it shows up through here, doesn't it? Through these fast right-handers, through Cavone, turn 11,
and also through 12 and 13. We saw in the MotoGP session this morning, through that third sector, it was a VR46 Academy rider 1-2-3 through that sector. Really do need to carry the ultimate commitment as you're tipping it into turn 11 at the thick end of 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think we saw that even in when Ducati did their promotional event here. Is it the World Series
Week?
Yeah, World Ducati Week. They had that race last year, and even Marc Marquez was full of admiration for what Pecco Bagnaia was able to do through Curvoni. He was still trying to work out just what kind of line he was taking through the turn and which gear he was in whenever he came here for the GP a couple of weeks later. It is hard work out there, judging by the expression on David Alonso's face. Alonso currently in 13th as we head towards the time attack stage of this practice session. But yeah, historically, the VR46 Academy riders always been so strong here. We saw that with Lorenzo Baldassarri in his victory here in 2016. We saw that with Pecco Bagnaia with his victory here in 2018. And obviously, over the last 4 seasons, Celestino Vietti has either been incredibly fast or has been finishing on the podium. And by the looks of it, he could be on course to do that once again in 2025 because he's on yet another fast lap time on this current lap.
Yeah, this is a really impressive run from Vietti. Of course, he did that 34.9, and his last 3 laps he's done have been 35.1, 35.1, 35.1. He is on a really consistent, quick run here. He's the number 13. So showing a level of consistency on these tyres that will certainly catch plenty of attention. I'll take down this Moto2 pit lane. Let's see what kind of lap time this is. Is it going to be another 1:35.1? Potentially better? Other line it is. A 4th consecutive 1:35.1. That's consistency for you.
Yeah, well, certainly is. Vietti, I think, putting his name in the picture to be the potential favourite at this early stage of the weekend. It's a word that means nothing in the end. Things can obviously change quite significantly from here, but Vietti, early stages anyway, and early indications are that he is sitting very pretty indeed, as we just saw Aaron Canet head out, and expect to see some red crash helmets and red sectors coming up in your screens here, as we see Jake Dixon has managed to get back out on track. Good job there from the Mark VDS technicians who managed to repair his bike.
Yeah, that's a bit of a save in some respects for Dixon. Generally, when you crash at turn 16, you would expect a little more damage to be done to the bike than that. And he got away without too much damage, and it seemed that the only thing they really needed changing were the leathers. For Jake Dixon, he's now back on track as we pick up the Catalan Grand Prix winner, Dani Holgado, who might well move himself up from 10th to 2nd here. The estimation is that he's going to go up into 4th place. So we follow the 27 now into the final turn 16. You can see the chattering there on the front end as he goes across some minor bumps into the final corner. And Holgado actually goes even further up than that. He goes fastest overall, and he now takes over the all-time lap record.
Something van der Gerber has 2 moments going in and going through turn number 1. First one was on the entry, the second one was midway through the turn there. The Dutchman did well to save that. He's got himself up inside the top 10. Albert Arenas makes significant progress there, 35.0. So you're probably looking at a lap in the low 35s. It's necessary to, as Holgado gets it all crossed up, coming out of turn number 6. It's all kicking off here. We've got a yellow flag in sector number 1 as well. Holgado, I think he's just scared himself ever so slightly, understandably so.
It's perhaps a rather tender and slightly uncomfortable part of his anatomy there after that. It's Marcos Ramirez who's gone down. He was right behind Holgado on the racetrack when he set that lap record. He's gone down at turn 4, where we did see him go off through the girl trap earlier on today when he stayed upright. He wasn't quite so lucky this time.
A bit of a complicated day for the American racing team so far then, as Baltas comes across the line, goes from 11th up into 6th. And we are starting to see something from Tony Arbolino finally, and obviously, as just for the commentator's curse on the number 14, his lap has gone away from him, coming down in towards turn 14.
It's just his second time lap of the session as he's now waving his hands at the ride behind him. Of course, we have seen riders already pick up warnings and penalties last weekend for excessive slow sector, so Albolino can't afford to cruise for too long on this lap, nor has he got the time to really be afforded that luxury. 6 minutes to go, and this is essentially the start and end of his session, really. Let's have a look at what happened then. Is he going to catch some traffic? No, he's already going to run in slightly hard, and then tries to tip it in with Zonta van den Gorberg on his own hot lap, firmly in the way.
I think he can have no complaints there. Zonta van den Gorberg on a fast old lap of his own.
Can't lay around forever.
Yeah, exactly. Albolino was not exactly on lap record pace there. So, yeah, I think that is entirely fair from the Dutchman. The yellow flags have been causing a bit of chaos for lap times. You can see Aaron Canet has just had his fastest lap time cancelled. But what about this from Jake Dixon? He was fastest about 20 minutes ago. He's been shuffled back into 4th, but Dixon is looking to reverse that once again.
Of course, at the point that he went fastest, he was fastest by quite some margin, wasn't he? A good quarter of a second clear at that point, and it doesn't appear as if the tip-off at turn 16 has dented the confidence one iota for the 96, as he drifts a little behind Holgado through the 3rd sector. We've got Salax right behind him. Then we have Alonso Lopez just in the back of the picture. They are also on personal best. Van den Gorberg also potentially on lap record pace, but we'll pick up Dixon first through the final corner. It's right there as you feed back onto the racetrack. You've got to avoid touching the green. Dixon did avoid that, and he moves up into 3rd place now on a 1:34.9.
Yeah, super promising day this for Jake Dixon. Really strong Friday so far, with the exception of that fall down at turn 16. You can see yellow flags out. Looks as though we've had another crash at turn 13. Don't want to say anything just yet, but it does look like an orange marker. One of the IO bikes, maybe one of the Speed RS machines. I'm not too sure, but oh, it's
it is one of the Boscoscuros. It's the wild card of Ferrandez, the 93, who's gone down. Ferrandez had found a 36.3 earlier on in this session, which was slightly quicker than he went earlier on today, but he will be going through the Q2 on his Grand Prix debut. Van den Gorberg, as you can see, went 5th, as we now follow Huertas over the line into 10, so Canet's not going to improve because he's been relegated back down to 12th place, and perhaps having caught those yellow flags, Canet and Moreira, 12th and 13th, sitting a little uncomfortably.
Yeah, 2 riders that were starring this morning, or certainly Moreira was starring earlier today. Moreira goes into 7th, so that'll probably be job done at 35.1 for the Brazilian.
He's for Huertas. He just had that lap time cancelled. The lap that briefly put him into the top 10 at 1:35.2. He's now been shuffled backwards again. Dixon is continuing to lap on near enough record pace. Can he perhaps succeed where he relatively failed the lap before when he drifted in the 4th sector? But all lap time's getting dumped up our screens now. Moreira's had a lap time cancelled, although I don't think it was his fastest lap of the session that's been cancelled. Here comes Dixon then across the line. It's another low 35. He stays in 3rd place.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear where Dixon needs to work. It is in that final sector. Understandable if he's been a little cautious after his fast fall at turn 16 earlier in this session. See David Alonso coming through the final turn now. Oh, where is Alonso? 18th for him. It's been another tricky Friday, but he is on course to improve that somewhat with the 14th fastest time. Don't think, though, that 35.3 will be enough to see him through automatically.
Yeah, because Huertas behind is continuing to push on. Here he is on the 99. Both the Italtrans riders are going fast in these final 3 minutes. Huertas having his last lap time cancelled. If this one stands, it's good enough for 11th place, which does bump Alonso out and puts his teammate Moreira right onto the cusp of potential Q1 here, but this could be the Brazilian rectifying that. Here he comes across the line. 14th now, all the way up into 4th, and he's now in the 134s.
Yeah, that'll be job done then for the Brazilian. The Taltrans crew look on, fairly content with their day's work so far. As we see Barry Baltas here on another fast, impressive time. There's so many names that are jumping up towards the front here, Lewis, which you think could be contenders when we get round to qualifying tomorrow for a place on the front row. Baltas certainly is one of them after what we've seen so far today, although he, like Dixon, is maybe struggling ever so slightly in that final sector.
Sasaki over the line, he misses out at 35.4 for him. Canet is right on the bubble here in 14th place, and we're tracking his sector times. He's on a so-so lap, but it's not a personal best at the moment. We've got Guevara 13th, who might have expected of his form earlier in the weekend to be much higher than that. Huertas is a 10th and a half up half around. Vietti's a quarter of a second up. 3/4 of the way through his lap. The lap record is in further threat.
Yeah, We also have to add in Herrera and Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, going really fast. As it stands, you can see Gonzalez there at the bottom of your screens. David Alonso jumps up another couple of positions into 12th.
And Canet is now out. He's 15. Vietti at 34. 6.50. Another all-time lap record for the Boscoscuro. Gonzalez into second place. He's a tenth of a second adrift. Vietti, Gonzalez, Holgado, your top three. Dixon, Herrera, Arenas, your 4, 5, 6. But boy, are these crucial moments for Aaron Canet. He's about to start his final lap of the session. If he doesn't improve on it, he's heading for qualifying 1.
Brilliant session so far for Celestino Vietti. He has absolutely pulverized the previous lap record by 0.3 of a second to get it down to a 134.6. And Vietti doing some impressive work. What about Jake Dixon here? You can see he was getting just a bit of a helping hand from Philip Salachi, who was trying to aid his slipstream as he came down in towards Carboni.
Making himself as big as possible down that short squirt from turns 10 to 11 to give Dixon the hole to ride through. Although it's the intellectual personal best, but he's lost a chunk of time relative to Vietti through that third sector. Will follow Munoz over the line. Is he going to move himself into Q2? No, he's not, but it is his best lap of the day. It's 17th place for him.
Yeah, and it's going to be 15th place for Aaron Canet at best, because Canet has rolled off on his final flying lap, which means that he will be going through to Q1 tomorrow. So a relative disaster for the championship contender.
Behind it, second in the World Championship. Has been in qualifying 1 on 2 previous occasions this season already. Of course, went from Q1 to pole position back at the British Grand Prix, so don't write Canet off just yet. And certainly wouldn't want to be in that kind of position on purpose if you've got a slightly sore neck after his crash last weekend. Vietti then completes his session another lap in the 134s. He's done at least 3 or 4 of those in the final 10 minutes of this session. Arbolino's session is concluded. It looked as if his fate was sealed from the very start of the session, didn't it? With that early mechanical problem, Arbolino ends today in 19th spot.
St. Aegis is another rider that's maybe having 1 or 2 small issues in that final sector. You can see super strong in sectors 1 and 2 on his final run. I think he has something to say to Albert Arenas. I'm not sure if he's being somewhat sarcastic there, with a thumbs up to the Catalan rider. He actually benefited from a bit of the tow. I think it's probably the former option if I have to be truthful with this.
Albert Arenas does end the day in 6th place, Aegis 9th, so at least they are both through to qualifying 2. The big casualties on this opening day then. Canet 15. I guess you could include Munoz in 17th place, although perhaps with not the same track knowledge and experience that he had in Barcelona. Marcos Ramirez, who's 11th in the World Championship, he's outside the top 14 as well. Both of the American racing riders, actually, they're regulars. Ramirez and Roberts, 20th and 21st. Of course, Colin Vire too, front row starter a week ago. Always playing catch-up after that crash earlier on today. Vire ends the day in 26th place, but it's another intriguing Grand Prix weekend lying ahead of us. And in a season where we've had 15 different riders on the podium and 9 different winners, Celestino Vietti potentially raising his hand today, saying he wants to be number 10.
Yeah, every indication from his performance this afternoon, just how consistent he was able to be. And 14, 15 laps into his session really indicate that he is probably best placed to launch a bit of a victory fight, even if it is only on Friday. Another good day at the office for Danny Holgado. Really has found himself at the front of Moto2 since we came back from the summer break. Winner last time out, and another really strong day. 3rd place for the number 27. David Alonso, who just about snuck into the top 14 in 13th. Holgado will be very, very content with his day's work.
Just to show once again now how close Moto2 is. 3rd and 13th for the IO duo, the Aspar duo, should I say. 3/10 between them. 10 places is what that amounts to. And for Aaron Canet, who I say only ended the day 6/10 off the pace. That's the kind of margin that you have to make sure you're within in Moto2. 50 for the 44. That did not improve at all in the latter stage of the session when he went for new tyres. His best lap time coming very early on in the afternoon. But it is Celestino Vietti who lays down a Friday marker at Misano. A new all-time lap record of a 134.6 with Boscoscuro's 1st and 4th, Gonzalez and Holgado between Vietti and 4th place Jake Dixon, who recovered from that crash to make Q2. Diogo Moreira, Big from Albert Arenas is on to Van den Goldberg and Eastbank Guevara, Aegis, Baltas, Lopez, Salach, Alonso and Huertas are the other riders that are automatically into Q2, which means that Aaron Canet, second in the World Championship, is not. He is the big casualty on this opening day at Misano. Crashes in that session for the likes of wildcard Alberto Barandez, an early mechanical for Tony Arbolino. That leaves both of those outside the top 14. A busy Q1 coming up tomorrow afternoon. Oh boy, was that a dramatic and interesting and intriguing Moto2 weekend ahead of us, with Celestino Vietti heading into Super Saturday tomorrow as the rider to beat. MotoGP practice coming up next with a Hall of Famer joining us in the commentary box. Stay with us. With a four-race flyway tour of Asia, Australia looming, MotoGP is back in Misano for round 16 in 2025. Located in Italy's Emilia-Romagna region, the nearby coastline is one of Europe's most popular for domestic and international tourists, and it's an area that's produced some MotoGP's biggest stars, including the one and only Valentino Rossi. Practice is next live. It's time for MotoGP. 4.226 kilometres, 2.626 miles. That's the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. First Grand Prix in this part of the world all the way back in 1980. That was a 40-lap affair. And what was then a 3.448 kilometre circuit. Track won by American legend Kenny Roberts. Speaking of American legends, we're joined by one very, very shortly, but it's hour-long practice session. Sector 3 here in Misano includes one of the most breathtaking corners on the Grand Prix calendar, the 6-gear turn 11, Cavone corner. Gotta be careful going through there. Hard braking points, then gonna be taking up spots into turn 1, 8, 9, and turn 10. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to what is a very warm Italian Adriatic coast. Don't be fooled by some of those clouds that are looming overhead here in this part of northern Italy, because it is hot, 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 and the temperature rising as well as we prepare for a crucial 60-minute practice session here in round 16 of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Ducati's home Grand Prix, of course. Coming fresh off the back of them retaining and winning once again the Constructor World Championship. Well set once again this year to win the Triple Crown. Marc Marquez, after his sprint victory in Barcelona last weekend, and his second place behind brother Alex in the Grand Prix of Catalonia. That means he does have to wait until next time, next Grand Prix at the Mobility Resort Motegi, before he can be crowned our World Champion this year. So many fans making their annual pilgrimage to this Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, Marc Marquez already has 5 wins in the MotoGP World Championship. It was one of their own, though, Italian Frankie Morbidelli for Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing that led the way this morning on what was a typically eventful affair. As far as Morbidelli is concerned, he had to sit out the first 10 minutes, suspended from the opening exchange of FP1 this morning after he disobeyed some marshal's orders after crashing out of the Grand Prix in Barcelona last weekend. Well, once he was out on circuit, Frankie was super fast, a 1:31.342, put him top of the standings. But of course it was Frankie, so there was more late drama. He crashed after setting that best time at turn 10.
Also inside the top 10 this morning were the two Fabios, Quattararo and the Gian Antonio. Our brothers Alex and Mark, 4th and 5th respectively, with Luca Marini shining on home turf once again. He was leading the Honda Challenge in 6th place, Pedro Acosta 7th, head of a trio of Aprilias, Marco Bezzecchi, Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin. Further down the order, a serial podium finisher here in Mazzano, Enea Bastianini on the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 machine, fresh off his first Sunday podium in orange last time out. Fermin Aldeguer, the rookie, was 16th. Well, in this part of the world, in any part of the world really, when you talk about MotoGP, the Hall of Fame, a 7-time MotoGP world champion, and the icon, the superstar, Valentino Rossi, present to see what his boys can do over the course of the weekend. And it feels like the perfect time with Matt Burton, Lewis still being the commentary box, and Jack Appleyard down in pit lane to introduce another Hall of Famer, another MotoGP legend, another former MotoGP world champion. Great as always to be joined by the one and only Kevin Schwartz. Great to see you once again, Kev.
Great to be here, guys. You know, Mazzano is always one of my favorite places to come, even though it is the track we boycotted in 1989 and didn't race. But it's great to be here. The crowd's here in big numbers again, and you know, that Hall of Fame presentation last night was really special.
I was going to say, first of all, before we carry on, we're watching Frankie Mordelli. This was late drama for him at turn 10 this morning after he'd just set the fastest time of day one. Congratulations into the Hall of Fame last night. It looked like a real special ceremony nearby Rimini. Valentino Rossi was there, Freddie Spencer was there, Casey Stoner was there. I'm sure that was a very, very proud moment for you.
It really was. What a bunch of great guys in the room. And you know what? We had dinner together, just us guys. And nobody wanted to swing at anybody. Nobody wanted to fight about anything. We just kind of caught up on old times and, you know, had a really good time doing it. Lorenzo was there. Pedrosa was there. What an honor to be included in that list of names, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the presenter wasn't too bad as well, was he?
You know, Jack was just a little bit slack on the night, but I told him I think the girl took the honors last night in the emceeing department, but Jack did a great job as always.
It looked like a fantastic night was had by all. Marc Marquez then, who was 5th fastest on the factory Ducati. As we said, he can't wrap up the MotoGP World Championship here this weekend. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion, but a pretty solid 5th this morning, wasn't it, Lewis?
Kept himself out of trouble, and that's, I guess, all we would have been looking for this morning. Did do the entire free practice one session on the same set of tyres and was setting very competitive lap times at the end of it. So Marc Marquez will have felt that was a satisfactory start to his weekend as Casey Stoner reacquaints himself with a Honda squad, and of course he won the second of those two World Championship in 2011, another of the all-time greats of MotoGP who can now call himself a Hall of Famer.
And reacquaints himself with somebody who did so much for his career, Alberto Puig. I think at one stage when the Stoner family first moved to Europe to try and chase the dream of winning the MotoGP World Championship, they had nowhere to live. I think they were bunked up in a caravan in Alberto Puig's back garden all the way back in the day. So I think Casey probably owes Alberto a couple of beers.
Amazing what our families will do for us to try and get us in the right spot in the right place to capitalize on our goals as a kid. And man, World Championships. That guy's got a few himself, Giacomo Agostini. I was fortunate enough to sit close to him last night. He is a storytelling machine, and just what a great guy to be around.
Yeah, the ageless Giacomo Agostini. Well, of course, the Italian fans always love to see him here. Fabio Quattararo certainly not lacking support at a racetrack where he was crowned world champion here back in 2021. Big news, of course, this morning for Yamaha, as for the very first time they put the new V4-powered YZR M1 out on track in a Grand Prix. Well, wasn't without its hiccups, Lewis. There was a bit of a small mechanical issue on Augusto Fernandez's #1 bike, but finally, after all the talk, all the hype, the V4 is here.
Yeah, Augusto Fernandez racing it competitively for the first time. They have been testing that extensively throughout the season, and many expect Yamaha to go that route for next season. Augusto Fernandez, if you look at the stopwatch on its own, very competitive outing. 1.1 seconds off the pace for the V4, and I guess it was a decision ultimately, Kevin, that Yamaha had to make. They wanted to go with the other manufacturers in MotoGP. It did appear as if the inline four had perhaps reached the ceiling of its competitiveness.
Yeah, it's always a tough call because you're so famous for those inline fours, and to completely swap technology and try and go with something different, it is a huge change. And to get it to this level, to be able to take it out on track the first time and see it be somewhat competitive in Fernandez's hands, I think is quite an accomplishment. I had lunch with Paulo Campanati just a little while ago, and he said the bike has started off in the right direction. Everybody loves it, loves the way it handles. Yeah, it's a little bit down on some of the top speeds, but we know how to work on that. So.
Yeah, you can imagine at the moment Yamaha being fairly conservative in terms of how much power they feed into that V4. Reliability, data gathering was the sort of buzzwords, weren't they, in the official Yamaha launch here in Misano next weekend. As Jack spoke to Mario Meregali, Monster and his Yamaha team boss this morning, we are going to see the V4 raced in the final part of this campaign, most likely at Sepang and in the season finale at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. So this is not a one-off appearance for that developing V4.
It kind of makes sense that they might try and race it next Grand Prix in Japan, because you could have a bunch of spare motors there. You could be doing, you could be doing a lot of testing with Augusto there. But I guess they have their reasons behind why they do and why they don't want to race it.
I think they said this morning they want to put it into a real high-stress situation, like Malaysia, as you will well know, Kevin, from your racing days back at Shah-Alam, how hot, how humid it was. It really is a tough test of the machine out there. So I think that's one of the reasons why they want to get the V4 assessed in Malaysia, and also, of course, the V4, they'll have a direct reference of the V4 the final round in Ricardo Tormo before Fabio and Alex Rins and Jack Miller and co jump on the new bike, I would imagine, on the Tuesday test.
Of course, it'll be tested extensively on Monday as well. Of course, the San Marino Grand Prix being followed by a Monday test here. Our colleague Kiko Giles is sticking around to bring you all of the news and views on Monday, so keep your eye on MotoGP social media channels and MotoGP.com on Monday for all the latest. And as we discussed this morning, the Yamaha V4 is going to be the central story, with Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins, Jack Miller all getting their opportunity to ride that V4 on Monday.
Let's go down to Jack then for a pit lane update. Good afternoon, Jack. What's going on?
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home. Good afternoon to you guys in the box on this fine Friday afternoon. Just outside Honda, we mentioned this morning the new exhaust system. That's still on both of Joan Mir's bike. Quite interestingly, Luca Marini tried for the first time this new rear aero this morning, which is very, very much like what we see on the Aprilia, with the big sort of Stegosaurus-style wings on the back, and then just in front, or just behind where the rider's feet are, they have the downward face wings as well. He's opted to have that on both of his bikes for this afternoon, so having tried it for the first time this morning, he's clearly a big fan to have it now on both of his machines. We know from both Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi just how much that revised rear aero helps that RSGP under braking in particular, that they were calling out for some more stability when braking, so that was able to provide the RSGP with a little bit more, and clearly Luca felt exactly the same with the RC2 on 3V this morning as well. Honda once again throwing plenty of items, and the good news for them is whatever they're throwing at it at the moment is sticking on the bike. Everything that they're bringing is clearly seeming to work.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. In recent weeks, there's been new swing arms, new chassis, a new aero, and now you can see clearly on those pictures of Marini going around the Pisano circuit, the Stegosaurus wing now fitted to his rear seat unit. Well, since we last caught up with you, Kev, which was all the way back at round 3 in Austin, over in Texas, Marc Marquez had opened 2025, winning the first 2 sprints and the first 2 Grand Prix. We got a sense straight away of how strong he was going to be on the factory Ducati this year. But since Austin, he's done nothing but winning for fun. From a distance, what have you made of just the utter brilliance of the 93?
Yeah, he's kind of made it look easy. It was interesting seeing in the beginning of the season he was making a few mistakes when he would be pressured in his first couple laps. Maybe not get that perfect start, but he's kind of got accustomed to not getting the greatest of starts, and having to work his way through 2 or 3 guys and put his head down for a couple laps and check out. Or if he does get a good start, it's just a disappearing act. So I don't know why we thought Mark
might get off a Honda and get on a Ducati, get comfortable, and not get back to that dominant self. But a lot of it was coming back from that injury that he's had, and nobody knew exactly where Mark's new 100% might be. Maybe it was only going to be 98 or 97% of the old Mark. Unfortunately, I think he's back as fit and maybe even 101, 102% Mark now.
24 wins out of 30 so far this season. We've still got 7 rounds remaining. Have you been surprised how easy it has made it look? Have you been surprised at how dominant he has been?
I've normally watched the Saturday race and don't need to watch the Sunday race. So, yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. The ease in which he seems to be doing it, to me, it is amazing. And listening to how explicit the detail is about whenever there's left-handers, he just kills everybody by a tenth of a second in every left-hander that there is. It's like, come on, guys, let's work on our left. But, yeah, I mean, I got no idea how he's doing it, and obviously, the best in the world can't figure it out either, so congrats to Mark.
The great riders have so many different factors what makes them great, but of course we've seen a real disparity between Mark Marquez and the other riders in the GP25 this year. Pecco Bagnaia and Pavic D'Antonio had their problems. They both spoke of the GP25 not necessarily giving them the front confidence that they want. Is that one of the signs of a great rider, particularly the sign of how great Mark Marquez is, that whatever bike you give him, he's able to just take it and ride it and not put those problems in his head?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Backs up to the Honda. Everybody's like, well, he's winning on the Honda. Everybody should be good on it. No, you put the best guys in the world on him, and they were train wrecks on the Honda. And once Mark got hurt, nobody knew exactly what to do, what direction to go. And, you know, it's just a sign of somebody that can sense what's happening before it happens. You know, and that's a rider that's riding with a lot of confidence on a machine and the crew that he's got tons of confidence with.
Of course, there's been 2 sides to the story inside the Red Garage this year. I mean, as good and as phenomenal as Mark has been, certainly over the last sort of 6 or 7 Grand Prix, and pretty much for the most of 2025 on the other side, Pecco Bagnaia has had a real struggle. I mean, you hear the words nightmare, disaster coming out of his mouth on a frequent basis. How hard do you think it is right now to be Pecco Bagnaia when you have no confidence in your package and then your teammate is just destroying everybody for fun?
You know, that's what we say as racers. The one person you don't want to lose to is your teammate. And when he's just demoralizing the field and you're struggling to get into the top 10 sometimes, yeah, sleepless nights, not wanting to eat too much, you know, the training side of things shouldn't be an issue because I'm like, oh my gosh, that should motivate you like there's no tomorrow. But, you know, I'm sure Pecco's working on it the best he can, and they're trying to make steps in the right direction because this season's, I think,